Warning. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use, for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
Everybody's suspect. That would do me harm. And don't ever forget Malcolm. Malcolm said that Republicans are brute wolves and Democrats are sly foxes.
Preach.
But don't ever forget they both belong to the dog.
Amen.
What it do, family and friends? Welcome back to the Church of Black Power. If you're not subscribed, go ahead, hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you'll be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you hit that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations, as well as clicking the other link, joining the Telegram group to help circumvent the shadow banning that PukeTube has been doing to the new black media. With that being said, family, welcome back to another Sunday service. I know I was supposed to do the Godfrey Tether escorting tethers broadcast yesterday. However, I wasn't going to make it home in time to actually do the broadcast any justice. I didn't want to have to rush through, a couple of hours worth of material all within an hour. So, I decided to wait on that. It'd either come on Monday or Tuesday. It's looking more like Tuesday because I have class Monday and I'm not sure what time I'm going to be out of there. However, we will be touching on that. I got everything already set up. We're going to get to that. Today, we got to, scroll on over to the Democratic Party because there's a lot of things going on within the Democratic Party, and they're saying a lot of things out loud that, they probably shouldn't have said. They probably shouldn't be saying. Right now, foundational Black Americans are being venerated, right? Right now, it's basically everything that we decided to sit out for in the last election, and what we're continuing to sit out for is actually being shown deliberately by the Democratic Party. Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, these folks are all making everyone aware of what their goal is and the reasoning behind their thinking on keeping everything shut down. So we're going to get into it. But before we do, I want to start out with where they stand in the polling, or where they claim to stand in the polling. And then we're going to actually get into an interview where they admit that that's basically nonsense. So we're going to go there. But before we do, you know what we got to do. Shout out to our good sister. Shalom to our sister, Andrea Jones, my queen sister. Much love to you and thank you for being here. And yes, I was a little bit tardy, but I wasn't really. I was behind the scenes making things work. You know what I mean, my sis? So yeah, shout out to you. Much love. Shout out to our good brother Reparations Nation in the building. Rael is in the building. Much love. Much love. Brenda Thomas is in the building. Much love to you. Much love to you. Miss C. Philip Davis is in the building. Much love to you, my sister queen. Thank you for being here. Our good brother Black RU is in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, my good brother. Our sister Bad 72 is in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, my good sister queen. Our good brother Reef is in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. Much love, much love. Our good brother Legit Hustle is in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. Our brother Zavon Scott is in the building. Shout out to you, my good brother. Thank you for being here. Ali Alex is in the building. Much love to you. And no, you are not late. You are right on time. See, you got in during the fellowship time of the, broadcast, at the beginning of the broadcast. You feel? Shout out to you, my sister. Thank you for being here. Shout out to our good sister Renaissance Woman in the building. Much love to you. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Family Christian Wright is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Family, is always a pleasure. Sweet Jean is in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. As well, as always a pleasure. LT the Mighty is in the building. Much love to you, my good brother. It's always a pleasure. Honey Brown Sugar is in the building. Much love to you, my sister. Thank you for being here as always, my sister Queen, as well as our sister Queen Fake Speaks Life in the building. Much love to you, my sister Queen. Thank you for being here, as well as our sister Queen Angelic is in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. Our brother Jesse Paris is in the building. Much love to you, my good brother Shalom. Thank you for being here. And for all those who are not in the chat, and for all those who's going to catch this on the replay, much love to each and every one of you. And thank you all for being here. Now, let's dive into it, shall we, family? I want to start off with this clip here. This is them telling you what the quote unquote polls look like for the midterms.
Welcome back. NBC News Chief Data Analyst Steve Kornacki is here to break down the results of our latest NBC News poll. Steve, some big takeaways here.
Absolutely, Kristen. I mean, let's start with the headline. Where does Donald Trump stand heading into this midterm year here? A 44% approval rating for the president. Not far off where he was when we last checked in. But I think for Trump here in his first term, that 2018 midterm, this is almost exactly where he was at that point, too. Of course, there was a 40-seat Democratic landslide that year. Democrats took back the House. Also, what is driving the low number for Trump? It continues to be the economy. Look at this, Kristen, asking folks, do you approve of how the president has handled inflation, cost of living specifically? 36% approve, 62 disapprove. That's down a year ago. It was 42-55. It's twice as bad now for him.
Steve, that's a big dip on a critical issue for this midterm election.
Absolutely, Kristen. Voters continue to say this one is of pretty central importance to them. And then also, are they feeling it? Have Trump's policies helped or hurt? Almost 50% they're saying they have hurt. A majority of independents saying the same thing. We checked in the president on some other issues here. Immigration now, 44% approval. But this is interesting. We also asked not immigration, we asked border security. And when you put it that way, it is different. 53% majority approve of the president. There, almost 1 in 10 voters have this split opinion, disapprove immigration, approve on border security. And I think this spills over to broader attitudes about immigration, these high profile incidents. Minnesota, look at this. ICE, a positive rating of only 38% for ICE. Does that mean the country's getting more dovish on immigration? Not necessarily, because when you ask about sanctuary cities, look at that, 33-43, also very negative there. So complicated attitudes, I think, on immigration. How about the state of the two parties heading into the midterm, the generic ballot? It's a 6-point advantage here for Democrats. It's a sizable lead for them, although we mentioned 2018, Trump's first term. At this point, it was 10 points for Democrats, so it is a little bit less. And I think what's driving the Democratic advantage now really is heavily this. It's the interest of their own base. We ask folks if they have the highest level of interest in these elections. 3/4 of Democrats are saying they do. Barely 60% of Republicans are. And again, that is a difference, Kristen. When you go back to that first Trump midterm, the gap wasn't as pronounced as it is right now. This, though, as well, the image of the parties getting outside the base here, what all voters think. Look at this. Republicans are not that popular. Democrats, though, even more unpopular than Republicans.
Well, this is so significant because even though they have an enthusiasm advantage, they clearly have an image issue.
That's it. And that gets to the question, too, then how do voters look at these two parties when it comes to the major issues here? So Democrats do have this advantage. When you ask about threats to democracy, that's an 11-point advantage for Democrats there. Democratic voters say that's their top issue. Republican voters say that border security, immigration, more important to them. Big Republican advantages. But, Kristen, this will be it. It's the economy. It's a tie between the parties. Republicans have had the advantage on this issue for nearly a decade. Now it's wiped away. Question going forward, did Democrats actually open an advantage on the economy? That could be key to them if they are going to have a big midterm.
Still the top.
All right. So as you can see, this is a Democratic network, so they're going to lean more favorable on the Democratic side, but they had to tell the truth. The Democrats are more unpopular than the Republicans at this point in time. And a lot of this is because of the fact that these folks, and they have to admit it, people ain't rocking with the sanctuary cities. People ain't rocking with the immigration situation. Now, they're saying that people didn't too much like the situation with ICE, but when it got over to talking about border security, there was way more people in favor of the border security situation right now than it is of people who are more, against ICE. And that's understandable because right now there's a whole campaign against ICE from the Democratic Party. You feel what I'm saying, family? You have to understand that they're not demonizing border security in the way that they're demonizing ICE in the mainstream media, in the lamestream media. So this right here is understandable, especially when it comes to ICE versus sanctuary cities, because no matter what they say about sanctuary cities, people already understand how bad they are. People already understand how bad they are. On the ICE side, you can get a few people who understand police brutality, who has some sort of, what is it called? They have their experience, and so they're being more empathetic to people who's dealing with ICE. But the fact of the matter remains the same. People are more satisfied with how things are running right now when it comes to the illegals. Family, I want to go to this interview here where the very same woman right here, the very same God dang it, I'm forgetting what to call these correspondent, excuse me. The very same correspondent here is going to be talking to someone who just literally sketched by. She kind of squeezed on through a tight area in order to beat, somebody in her primary. And so she is here, and watch what she says.
As both Democrats and Republicans navigate divisions over what the future of their parties should look like, voters are chiming in with what they want to see as midterm primaries ramp up. Earlier this month, we saw some of the divisions in the Democratic Party playing out in North Carolina, where incumbent Congresswoman Valerie Foushee held off a challenge from Durham County Commissioner Nita Alum. North Carolina Congresswoman Valerie Foushee joins me now fresh off her.
Now, I want you to see how close of a win she got. She got 61,777 votes. The Nita woman got 60,605 votes. This is how tight these races are at this point in time. Why? Because these fools ain't got their base. These fools are trying to cater to everyone else. And because of that, all of them are in a tight-knit race because they don't have anybody to really come out and stand for them and vote for them. Why? Because they continue with the benign neglect. They continue trying to create a new voter base, and all they're doing is splittering the voter base overall. This woman could have beat this woman in a landslide. Valerie, you could have beat Nadia in the landslide. But I guarantee you, you didn't have not one thing that targeted or benefited the Black community on your platform. I guarantee it. But we're going to get into it. A B1 salute and shalom to our good brother Damon Reeves in the building, as well as our sister Priscilla Taylor in the building. Much love to the both of you. Thank you both for being here. Let's get into it.
Congresswoman Valerie Foushee joins me now fresh off her primary win. Congratulations to you, Congresswoman. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you for having me. Thank you so much.
So you effectively fended off a challenger who was trying to pit herself as the more progressive candidate. You are, of course, a member of the Progressive Caucus. You notched a single-point victory. What should the Democratic Party take away from your victory? What does it say about the state of progressivism?
Well, I'm a progressive candidate. I am a member of the Progressive Caucus and was endorsed by the Progressive Caucus. I think what this race showed is that at least the citizens, the voters of the 4th District, wants a member who delivers and is not interested in replacing experience for a new face, someone who's certainly capable, but there's no reason to replace a performing member who's getting results.
Well, in her concession statement, Commissioner Alam said you have a responsibility to earn the support of the 48% of Democrats who didn't vote for you. What is your response, and how do you plan to do that, Congresswoman?
So my response to that is that that's what I do every day. I represent the members, the citizens, the residents, the voters of the 4th District, whether these are people who voted for me or not. It's not just the progressives, it's the moderates, it's the Republicans. All of the citizens of the 4th District can count on me for advocating for their needs, advocating for a quality of life that they deserve, and for the values that I believe the 4th District appreciates and I share.
Well, let me ask you about some of our latest polling, Congressman. Our latest NBC News poll shows voters are signaling a preference for a Democratic-controlled Congress in 2026. But when it comes to voters' feelings about the Democratic Party overall, the only thing more unpopular in our poll, Congresswoman, was Iran. Does the party have a brand problem, and how do you address it?
No, the party don't have a brand problem. See, we've talked about this before when they asked the question, do the Democrats have a messaging problem? And I said before, the Democrats doesn't have a messaging problem. They just refuse to hear the message. And now you're seeing this can't be the same poll that they did just a few minutes ago. Now it can't, one of these polls have to be incorrect. You can't say that they were more positive on almost everything for the Democrats here. But in this poll, it's showing the only thing that is more unfavorable is Iraq. Yeah, I think it's about that time you guys actually pick up the message. It isn't a branding issue. No. The brand is messed up. The brand is dead. The brand needs a new spokesman, if you will. Because they know how to turn the tides, but they just refuse to do it. Shout out to our good brother Christopher Ellis in the building, as well as our queen sister Astarte Jones in the building. Much love to the both of you, and thank you both for being here. Yeah, family, let's let her continue.
Well, I think all of us are opposed to this war. I think that what we know is that the majority of Americans don't agree with a regime change war for oil in Iran. Our communities are tired of endless wars. Our communities want Congress to focus on the issues of the day, and that is affordability, accountability, and defending democracy.
That answer is wrong, woman in the wig. It's not as bad as Jasmine Crockett wig, but it's still, nonetheless, you're incorrect. You're very much incorrect. Shout out to our sister M. Flower Noy in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. The issue of today is the issue of yesterday. The issue of yesterday is the issue of 2024. The issue of 2024 is the issue of 2020 and 2022. The issue of 2022 and 2020 is the issue of 2016. The issue of 2016 is the issue of goddamn 2012 and 2008. And what is the issue? The issue is Democratic politicians wagging their fingers at foundational Black Americans and expecting us to go out and put everybody else on our back but us. That's the issue. And we saw it in 2012 after the 4 years of Barack. Some gave him another opportunity and said, give him 4 more years. What's the worst that can happen? 2016 comes along, and here he goes try to wag his finger at us to get Hillary Clinton in there, talking about he'll take it as a personal insult to his legacy if we don't vote her in. Then you had 2020 come around, and you guys convinced the base to go out and vote for you guys. You got your Joe Biden in there, your Kamala Harris in there, and both of them treated foundational Black Americans like a hostile force. Where Joe Biden was telling the quote unquote, I say that in finger quotes, ladies and gentlemen, the civil rights legends and the civil rights fighters that you're going to have to get with the Latinos if you want to get anything done. That makes up a larger portion than you do. And that was after he told Charlemagne on national television that you ain't Black if you got a problem deciding between me and Donald Trump. And in that first 2 years, you guys use your leverage in the House and the Senate and the presidency, all 3 branches, to then go and do things for a bunch of illegals. Like, saying y'all want to give $250,000 to each person that was separated from their families at the border. Like giving a bunch of lying Asians a hate crime bill while scapegoating us as the reason why. Not to mention adding $50 million on top of that. Then you guys gave all these resources to a bunch of people who quite literally broken the country, wasn't vetted, don't know who they are from an asshole or an elbow. And y'all was out here funding all of it. Lavish hotel room stays, a little walking around change. The inflation shot through the damn roof. We were spending $5 for a goddamn carton of eggs. And y'all, instead of trying to fix the inflation problem, you was funneling more money to places like Ukraine. You was funneling more money to quote unquote refugees from Afghanistan. Hell, you was funneling more money to the illegals while we were sitting here suffering as Americans. But more specifically as foundational Black Americans, because those very same people who wasn't supposed to be in this country was put into our neighborhoods and given our resources, shutting down our parks, our schools, our youth centers. Let me be very clear about the problem of the day. 2022, you guys lost your majority position there because we said no more. If you do not do for us, we will not do for you. And we warned you in 2022 what 2024 would look like. And what did y'all do? Y'all went around mocking us. Y'all crashed out our reparations out there in California, and you mocked everybody that was holding you guys accountable for doing so. The reparations bill wouldn't even been brought to the floor if not for an Italian man from the other party, Bill Haley, who brought it to the floor. While your Democrats was sitting there doing nonsense such as this.
This is Assemblyman Mr. Bryan. He's mad I brought up the reparations vote. So he's preventing me from speaking. And he's trying to block my access to it. Why are you so upset?
You vote for 3 strikes. You put black folks in prisons, but now you want to be a reparations person. But you won't vote for the bill. I supported the bill all session.
Then bring the bill.
Will you vote for the bill, Mr.
Bring the bill.
Will you vote for the bill?
Bring it up.
Will you vote for reparations?
Bring it
I
up.
would love it.
Bring it up.
Let's vote for reparations
Bring
together.
It up. Bring it up.
You in, Bill?
Bring it up.
I didn't think so.
Bring it up. I'll vote for it. Bring it up. I'll vote for it.
He did all that grandstanding, all of that. Talking about you vote for 3 strikes. This dude negates to mention that the Democrats voted for 3 strikes as well. We're going to be very clear about the problem of the day. So then you get to 2024. And you got Joe Biden declining mentally in front of our faces. I mean, getting up in front of people and quite literally having what I would call just a whole disconnect from reality. He started mumbling, stumbling, bumbling, and here you guys came out talking about, oh, no, he's sharp as a tack. He's quicker than me. I mean, he's smarter than most of us in the office. And then they got to that god dang debate. The debate that broke Biden's back, where even people in his party had to then turn around and admit that, yeah, it's time for him to put the baton down. He should be passing the baton at this point in time. But he didn't want to pass the baton. So there was a whole bunch of articles coming out talking about how there was a bunch of infighting in between the Democrats trying to push out Joe Biden for another Democrat. And it went on for some weeks. And about a month later, y'all pushed him out and stuck in Kamala Harris. Now, instead of Kamala Harris coming with a platform that would invigorate the base, what did Kamala do? She said nothing for months. You couldn't get her to talk about a policy for months. She stayed out of the spotlight for months. And then when she did come out, she came out pushing the same type of policies that Joe Biden was pushing. And when black men and black women said, nope, we ain't on this, we ain't going to vote for you, ma'am, you're looking at another loss. Then she wants to come with this phony ass policy that says she was going to support black businesses, but when you got into the fine print in the brass tacks, it was for everybody, and that had to be admitted on national television. Instead of taking the billions of dollars that she raised and made sure that foundational black Americans would understand and know that we would have policies for ourselves instead of taking some of that money and actually investing some of those funds within the community. If she could, I don't know if she could. I have to go and look into it on whether you could do that with campaign funds. Instead of coming to us and actually bringing us something, she brought you Cardi B. She brought you Meg Thee Stallion. She brought you Beyonce and Kelly looking like Hammerhead from goddamn Dick Tracy. She brought you more and more of nothing. So, 2024 come along, November. Was it October? It was October. And she lost. Now, the same thing goes for Jasmine Crockpot Crockett. So, the issues of today, it's the same issues that you guys have been having. You keep ignoring your base. It's not a messaging problem. You just refuse to hear the message. And now it's just not looking so good for you guys. Once we are turned off, we're turned off. It's going to be harder to get us to go out and support any of you because we're looking through your whole background. We're looking through your paperwork meticulously. And we're making sure you are who you say you are. We're making sure we're going to get what you say we're going to get. And if you don't say we're going to get anything, you don't get anything. That's the problem of today. That's why you're so unpopular today. I hope I cleared up, the murky skies for you. So maybe you should get your strategies on that, instead of trying to have them figure out how they can get us back to the plantation with absolutely nothing on the stick. Shout out to our sister Anita Harrell in the building, as well as Only Us in the building. Our brother AO is in the building. Much love to all of you. Thank you for being here. I think our brother 13 is in the building as well. Let me see. Let me make sure here. Our brother Rashad Wallace is in the building. Much love. And our brother 13, Mike Travels, is in the building. Much love to all of you. Thank you all for being here, family. Now, let's let her continue.
And that's what our party should concentrate on. I believe that's what you'll see. Should we take back the majority in 2027?
Do you think that Democrats, though, do have a brand problem given the low party approval ratings that you're getting across the board?
I think the numbers suggest that. But I think, polls are a point in time. And I think as we see what this administration is doing, what Republicans are allowing the administration to carry forward, people will put their trust in change. And that change will come from the Democratic Party, particularly when the U.S. House is taken by Democrats for the majority.
You see, you guys have a problem here. The old sloganaries don't work anymore. Jim Clyburn tried to tell us to stop sloganeering. Sloganeering kills. But he should have been talking to you guys. Because change don't work anymore. I don't give a damn when you're talking about change, because then my question will be, change for whom? You see, we already learned from Obama's days. We've learned from the whole change and hope bull crap. Because when Obama was pushing change, it was only change for the LGBTQ. When Obama was pushing change, it was change for the racial wealth gap upward to the Nabiscos of $100 trillion. When Obama was talking about change, he changed the way police was treated in this country after being a suspect for unaliving a foundational Black American. You know, the blue alert executive order where he was giving more money and protections to the police. When he was talking about change, it was never change for foundational Black Americans. When he was speaking about hope, he wanted us to hope that he would change something for us. And what the hell did hope get us? Not a goddamn thing. We got a tether in office that was openly hostile towards our community. And what is hope? Hope is some stuff you get on a whim when you go to Vegas. I hope I hit it big. I hope that girl like me as much as I like her. I hope my children grow up and understand these Nabisco devils and the positions that they take. I hope my community don't fall victim to the Democratic Party. Hope is a nothing word. It is a wish. It does absolutely nothing. So while y'all sitting here talking about, especially James, talking about sloganarian, maybe y'all should have picked up that message. That wasn't for us. That was for y'all. Just saying. Shout out to our brother Christopher. He loved the LGBT mafia, though. You absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct, my brother. Shout out to Beatrice in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, my sister. Obama was selling false hope. Well, it didn't even have to be false hope. It was just hope. He never told you really anything that he was really going to do. He made it seem like he understood the problems, but he never once said he was going to actually take care of these things. So it wasn't really false hope. All he had to do was sell the hope. Let people's imaginations run wild. I remember when he got elected and he was at selected and he was at the inauguration, and it was the biggest turnout that you could ever see. One of the biggest turnouts you've ever seen a president get at an inauguration. And do you know, we had women and children crying, saying that they don't know. Well, the women were talking about, I know I don't have to worry about paying my bills anymore. I don't have to worry about struggling anymore. She created what she thought he was going to do just off the word hope and change. So what Obama did in a strategical sense was quite genius, because he didn't really have to say anything. But we need hope in this day and age. And we must fight for change. And everybody gravitated towards it without asking, who is the change going to be for? And what should we be hoping for? What are you suggesting that you're going to be bringing forth? He basically put it on the table and let everybody come to their own conclusions. But shout out to you, my sister. Thank you for that comment. Shout out to FBA Law in the building as well. We have to wake up as many of our people as we can. And that's what we're doing, family. And that's why everything isn't really looking too uppity for these people. Because when we're sleeping, they rise. But when we open our eyes, they fall quicker than a goddamn rock off a roof. Gravity. Shout out to you, family. Thank you for being here. Now, let's let her continue.
Let me ask you, because this all comes at a time when Democrats, Republicans are having conversations about generational change within the party. Incumbents such as yourself, Congressman Benny Thompson, have held off and fended off younger challengers this cycle. Congressman Clyburn just announced he is going to run for his 18th term. He's 85 years young. What do you say to those in the party who argue that, look, some of these more senior leaders should be making space for new voices?
Well, let me say this. There's another side to that. Now, there's some argument about people who stay in Congress or any other legislative body for long periods of time. Let's just be clear that I've only served 3 years in Congress. And in the middle of my second term, I don't think age is a factor. For me, it is the experience that I've gained over having served at every level of government. It is the relationships that I have built, not just within my own party, but across the aisle, to make sure that I am delivering results to the voters of the 4th District. I feel the same for Representative Clyburn and others who still have the fire in the ability to serve, and the understanding of what is going on in this country and how we bring results to our respective districts.
Congressman, I have to end by asking you about Vice President J.D. Vance. He was in your home state today talking about the economy. The vice president, the president argue, yes, gas prices are going up right now because of the war with Iran, but ultimately they're going to come down. They say this short-term pain is worth the long-term gain of waging this war that ultimately they would argue will make the world safer. What say you to that argument? And do you think Democrats should be focused on that counterpoint or affordability?
I think Democrats should be focused on affordability. It's not just about what is happening in Iran as it relates to gas, but prices have been going up steadily during the course of this administration. This president campaigned on lowering costs from day one. That has not happened. We're seeing and have seen higher prices in groceries, in housing, in education, you name it. A lot of this was done from tariffs even before we were engaged in war. So our focus is on affordability, making sure that Americans are able to live. America is too expensive. And this is not just about having quality of life for those who are wealthy or well-connected or well-off, but it is for every American. And it starts with making America more affordable.
All right, Congresswoman Valerie Foushee, will continue to watch your general election race very closely. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
All right. And yeah, family, don't think it went over my head. I'm with you. I'm in a complete agreement with you. Basically, what she said was keep the gatekeepers there. There should be no reason why an 85-year-old man should be running for Congress. You should be retired at 85 years old. And let me say this again. This isn't me being ageist or whatever people might call it. This is me being logical. After 80 years old, Congress should be off limits for you. I want to be very clear about it. No matter whether you're a Republican, no matter whether you're a Democrat, after 80 years old, you shouldn't even be able to run again. If we got limits to say when you can run, if you can't run for president until you're 35, you can't run for Congress until you're 25, then God dang it, you should be able to age out of Congress. Shout out to our brother Christopher Ellis for this. Congress is where tools of white supremacy go to die, and you're absolutely correct. And pass their seat along to one of their family members. Like they tried to do with Sheila Jackson Lee and her daughter. Well, actually, they did. They gave her seat temporarily. Shout out to GD in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, my brother. Now, like I said, family, these folks ain't got, shout out, Crooks, much love to you, and thank you for being here as well, family. Much love to you. These folks know what the damn problem is, and they're doubling down on the problem no matter what. And they're becoming less and less favorable because of what they're doing. I want to go here because they're showing exactly why they're unpopular. This is Chuck Schumer.
Thank you, Leader Schumer. You recently responded to President Trump's Truth Social post regarding the Save America Act, saying that if he's going to not sign any bills until it's passed, the Senate's going to be in a total gridlock. Can you just explain, isn't this sort of a stab in the back to the American people who 85% of voters support voter ID?
Yes.
Yes. It's a stab in the back to the 85% of voters across the United States who wants voter ID laws on the books. Family, understand what they're saying. 76% of Democrats are in favor of the SAVE Act. And I mean the Democratic voters. And they're telling them, we don't care what you want. We only care about what's good for our party. So why are you there? Who are you representing, if not the American people? Let's continue. Shout out to Intuitively Wise in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. As well as King Young Lin. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as well. Exactly. Political whores. Straight up. But go ahead.
But their bill isn't voter ID, number one. It is about voter registration. It allows ICE to kick tens of millions of people off the rolls, and they don't tell them until Election Day, and you show up and you say, you're not registered anymore. You're not.
Kick tens of thousands of people off the registration? Well, who would ICE be able to kick off the registration? Let me think. Could it be the only people that ain't supposed to be registering in the first damn place? Yeah, talk louder, why don't you? Go ahead.
You're not registered anymore. You're not registered here. You're not on the rolls. And they say, I didn't know that. This is a bill that destroys the country, and it is not about showing ID when you show up to vote. It's about the voter registration rolls, destroying them, purging them, not letting people know, and taking the rights in a algorithm put together by ICE, put together by Doge and Musk. It's an outrage. If a woman changes her name.
Wait a second. How is it put together by Doge and Musk? Musk ain't even a part of the goddamn administration anymore, sir. Charlie, Chucky boy. Why are you bringing up Elon Musk and he's not a part of the administration anymore? He wouldn't have any hands on the situation. But go ahead.
And you want to go first to go register again once you're kicked off the rolls and you have no way of knowing. Only 5% of people register in person. You need a passport or your original birth certificate. If you have a new name, you're a woman, you changed your name, no good.
Family, when I register to vote, every year I receive a voter registration card letting me know who's in my district or what district I'm going to be voting in, and a couple of other things on there. But I know that I'm registered because I receive one of those cards every year. Every year. Even when I don't register, I receive a registration card. So why wouldn't people know that they're not registered? And if this act passes, why wouldn't they check on their registration? Why wouldn't they just go online and check and make sure that they are registered to vote in the city in which they belong to? And talking about women, well, women get married and change their names. I've already said this several times over. When it comes to women and documentation, the one thing I know from my own experience is that women, they get those type of things taken care of immediately. I trust, and this is why, and this might sound sexist, I wouldn't have a male secretary, because I want somebody to pay attention to detail a little bit more than me. And I pay attention to detail. And from my experience, I can hand off some documentation and miss a lot of detail, even though I just read over it myself. In my experience, it's usually the women that catch, hey, you know, you missed this right here. Oh, word? Oh yeah, my bad. Yeah, let me take care of this. When it comes to organizing, the ladies got it. Now, don't get me wrong, men, we organize too. But when it comes to organizing a house, an office, or anything like that, the ladies are on it. So when I say that majority of the women that get married tends to go and get their documentation changed immediately, you can take me for my word. Now, ladies, there's ladies in the chat. Ladies, am I wrong? When it comes to anything that got to do with documentation, are y'all not on these things? Please let us know in the chat so I won't be seeming like I'm just putting words in you guys' mouths. Shout out to Gigi in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, as well as our sister Queen Sweet Butters in the building. Much love to you, as well as our brother Hula Gang in the building. Much love to you, as well as Snatch Adams, our good brother, is in the building, as well as Nelly 1978 is in the building. Much love to you. Exactly. On it. They're on that type of stuff. They don't wait to the, like men, we tend to wait to the last minute to do things. I'm just going to be honest. Women will go and get things done immediately. In comparison to men, we will wait. Let's be very clear about these things. So it just sounds like you're saying leave our illegals alone. That's all I hear. But go ahead, continue.
It's an outrageous bill, and we're going to fight it tooth and nail.
All right. Shout out to GD. Much love to you, my sister. She said, yes, we are. I have everything. And if we/you don't, we will get them. Exactly. And a lot of, and especially married women, you know what I'm saying? When y'all get married, you know what I mean? Whatever y'all need to do, you and the husband, if the husband isn't on it, it is the wife that's keeping him on his game. Baby, you know we got to do this. You know we got to get this done before this date. Hell, girlfriends do that. And men, true or false, we be like, you know what I mean, a little bit irritated that they keep us on our toes so much. Like, baby, I'm gonna get to it. All right, I'll get it done. Give me an hour or so and I'll go do it. But she's keeping you on your toes. So yeah, all this nonsense about paperwork, nah, you talking to the wrong people. But Hakeem Jeffries came out and told everybody exactly what it's really about. And he didn't hold no punches. Let's go here, family.
Completely and totally out of control group of people. It's the reason why we are in a DHS shutdown right now, because Republicans have refused to agree to the type of bold, transformative, meaningful, and dramatic reforms we are demanding in order for the Department of Homeland Security funding bill to move forward. And I won't go through all of the demands, much of which we've talked about repeatedly in the public. But
so these are demands. These are demands. These are not requests. Remember what he said. These are demands. So let's hear the demands of the Democratic Party in order to fund the agency that is tasked with protecting the United States of America during the time of war, nonetheless. Let's go.
one of those demands is keep ICE out of sensitive locations. And we've defined that as schools, houses of worship, hospitals.
Schools, houses of worship, hospitals, schools, houses of worship, hospitals. The only one there that I would say is reasonable is churches, houses of worship. Why? Because houses of worship has always kind of been deemed places of sanctuary. But at the same time, all it takes is for one police officer to see that a church is, giving sanctuary to somebody black who's a criminal, and they don't give a damn about that sanctuary. Schools aren't police officers on many campuses. Okay. All right. So you can't have ICE on school campus, but you can have the police department on school campuses. All right. Hospitals. If a criminal goes into the hospital, he will be handcuffed to the gurney while he gets treatment and then shipped to jail. What's the differences? What is the difference? Shout out to Drew Lasson. Thank you for your Cashapp donation, my brother. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother, and thank you for being here. And also shout out to Foundational Black in the building. Much love to you. Much love to you, as well as Black Rose in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. But with all those things that he just said, schools, houses of worship, hospitals, the most egregious is still coming.
And polling sites.
In polling sites? Well, why the hell would you want to keep ICE agents away from polling sites? Why would you want to keep ICE agents away from polling sites if you guys say that no illegals are voting? If illegals are not voting in our elections, then why would you put a ban on ICE officers going to the polling sites? It's because they have been voting. And it's because if you have ICE agents at polling sites, you guys lose more votes, don't you? People are going to be too scared to go and place their American citizen right to vote. Right? They're going to be too scared to place that ballot if they're not an American citizen that has the right to vote. So you putting, ICE agents at polling sites, that's a detriment to the Democratic Party overall, not just in certain locations, not just in California, not just in Ohio or Texas or Mississippi, but all across these United States. How many seats would the Democratic Party lose? Oh, yeah, let's go.
We want an explicit prohibition that ICE can go nowhere near any polling sites in the United States of America. It's one of our demands. We're not going to bend on it.
It's one of their demands. They're not going to bend on it. I wish you would shut down the government for foundational Black Americans like this. I wish reparations would be on your mind so you can shut down the government and say, our demand is reparations for foundational Black Americans, a transformative policy to make sure that once they're given these reparational funds, that they still have services to help them through all their hardships, whether it be mental health or whatever the situation may have you. I want to make sure that there's an anti-Black hate crime bill and we shut down the government, and we will not bend and we will not take a knee unless this is done. You're shutting down the Department of Homeland Security, the agency that is tasked with protecting these United States of America in which we all live during a time of war, just to make sure that ICE agents aren't at the polling stations. Tell me you are anti-American without telling me you are anti-American. While the TPS agents aren't being paid, the ICE agents and the Border Patrol aren't being paid. There's no funding for protection. All because you want to protect your position in power when you don't have a position in power right now. You're willing to let us suffer so that you guys can let your illegals vote in elections they shouldn't even be touching. And you're not going to bend on it, he said. He said he is not bending. He is not bending. All right. Shout out to our brother Christopher Ellis. Thank you for your Cash App donation, your super chat donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold. I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. What's with these with the dress shirt look? The 2008 DNC playbook is not effective anymore. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. And that is the dress shirt look, that DNC dress shirt look. You are absolutely correct, family. Much love to you, and thank you for your contribution, family. And shout out to Snatch Adams for being a member for 6 months. Much love to you, and thank you for your contribution. Your contribution is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate it as always, family. Then we won't bend either, and I am with you 100% fold. I am with you 100% fold. You don't have to bend, because we won't be bending either. Now, you know they're willing to go to full Monty because Chuck Schumer was just in a back and forth with the Republican majority leader And they were talking about funding standalone bills in order to fund TPS. But Chuck Schumer want to make sure that it's not going to fund DHS. Oh, yeah, let's get into it, family. Shout out to our good sister, C. Terry, in the building. Much love to you, my sister queen. Thank you for being here. And also, shout out to GHJF in the building. Much love to you. And thank you for being here as well. Let's continue. Let's go here, family.
I'm going to offer these bills one at a time and see where our Republican colleagues go. We know the American people are on our side. We know that the only thing Republicans need to do is stay out of the way, and these programs will be funded today, and problems at the airports will go away.
Democrat leader yield? I will. So I assume the Democrat leader is aware of the fact that we have tried repeatedly to fund everything temporarily to allow the negotiations over the ICE budget to continue.
I am well aware, but that hasn't worked. What can work,
and the reason that
stop.
hasn't,
I am not yielding back,
is because the Democrats have blocked it.
Yeah, the bottom line is Democrats are ready today. America, watch. We will have members on the floor saying, let's fund TSA with no other preconditions. What will Republicans do? They're going to see Republicans get up and block.
My fault, family. I was saying TPS. I meant TSA. I don't know why I was saying. I'm thinking about the temporary protective status going away. But let's let them continue. Shout out to our sister C. Terry in the building. Much love to you for your super sticker. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good sister. And I love that new collage as your picture. That's beautiful. Love that. Shout out to you, my sister queen. And shout out to our good brother Zavon Scott for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. Donations. Excellent work from the church. Much love to you, my good brother. Much love to you. Now, let's let this, I don't even want to call him a man. Let's let this demon continue to speak.
It's that simple. On the floor saying, let's fund TSA with no other preconditions. What will Republicans do? They're going to see Republicans get up and block it. It's that simple. Now, my friend, sometimes, much of the time, my friend, the Republican leader, says, well, you'll only do it if you go along with what we want on ICE and what we want on Border Patrol. Highly unpopular and wrong. So who's standing in the way? America, look at it. We're not putting any preconditions on funding TSA. The Republicans are. And why?
Mr. President,
because
the Democrat leader would yield for a question.
No, in a minute. Why? Because Republicans are in obeisance to Donald Trump's insistence on having these marauding forces of ICE go through our cities. We saw what they did in Minneapolis. We saw what they did in Los Angeles. We saw what they did in other places. Americans don't like it. Trump's numbers have suffered. And so it's simple. Don't attach preconditions. Fund TSA. Fund CISA. You'll have that opportunity in a few hours. And if you get up and block it and say, we'll only do it unless, Americans will know who's to blame.
Notice how Chuck Schumer said Americans don't like it, but yet 79%, 76% of Democrats want the SAVE Act. Majority of America wants the SAVE Act, but yet he's sitting there trying to tell people what Americans don't like and don't want. Very interesting. Shout out to King Young. Yes, they are absolutely the two wings on the same dirty ass pigeon. And this pigeon was rolling around in oil or some shit. It came across an oil leak and just decided to dive in, start rolling around. Come out looking like one of those ducks from a Dawn commercial. That's how dirty both of these parties are. Continue.
Well, I would just say again to the Democrat leader that the Democrats have had multiple opportunities, and we'll have another one today, to provide funding for all of the agencies that he just mentioned to allow us to consider, under the continuing resolution, to allow us to consider how we're going to resolve the DHS issues that the Democrat leader has raised, which are being negotiated, I might add, at the moment between Democrats and Republicans in the White House. So there will be an attempt. The Democrats will have an opportunity to block, as they have now repeatedly, A continuing resolution would fund all the agencies to which you just alluded and allow us more time to negotiate. So those agencies could be funded. If the
Would my
Democrats
colleague
block
yield
it.
for a question? Will he support, without any Republican blocking it, a straight motion to just deal with TSA and get it funded while we're trying to work out these negotiations? Will he support that? No ands, ifs, or buts, no preconditions, no keep negotiating on ice, but just get it done. Will he support that?
I would support a resolution which will be offered to fund not just TSA, but Coast Guard, cybersecurity, CISA, FEMA, other agencies and departments of our government that are essential not only to national security and homeland security, but to making sure that people can move through our airports in this country, that the FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency, has the ability to respond to disasters. Those are things, I would say, Mr. President, to my friend, the Democrat leader, could all be funded today. And then we can continue this discussion that he wants to have, which again, there has been offers made repeatedly, the most recent of which was about 13 days ago, I think, from the White House, and the Democrats have yet to respond.
Reclaiming my time, I rest my case. What the leader is saying is he will only fund TSA if we will continue to fund for a short time, for a long time, ICE and Border Patrol, which he knows is gridlocked, which he knows we don't agree with. And so it's clear. He's made it clear. Just fund TSA. That's it. He has a lot of rigmarole attached, funding TSA, but do this, but do that, but do this. Can't win the argument, leader. It's simple. We're being clear. We're being concise. So the question is very simple. I say to my Republican friends, support the legislation that's coming on the floor today. And if you do, TSA is funded like that.
Now, family, as I stated, these people are demons. They're demons because anything can happen tomorrow. A hurricane can flow through. FEMA can't do their job. A fire, another wildfire can go off. Won't have no help from FEMA at all. Somebody could try to run up on us. And the Coast Guards can't, do their damn job. These people are just demons. They rather put Americans at risk and keep us at risk in order to push through their cynical ideas to keep ICE from the voting polls. If y'all won't let us cheat, we're going to keep everybody in danger. That is the message that the Democratic Party is sending to everyone across the United States of America. If y'all refuse to let us cheat, we will keep America unsafe. We will not allow the agencies that are supposed to protect America if y'all won't allow us to cheat. This is what they're saying. And unfortunately, the Republicans, I guess they're looking at the long haul here. Shout out to our good brother, still Kevin Trees. Much love to you. I don't know if it's terrorism, but it's damn show treason. It's damn show treasonous. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, my good brother. Apparently, the Republicans are thinking ahead and they're saying they don't want to change the rules to the filibuster, because that's the only way right now, as it sits, that the SAVE Act is going to pass if they switch up the rules to the filibuster. But they don't want to do that because they're saying if and when the Democratic Party get back into office, then there will be nothing to keep them from doing things like passing laws where ICE can't go to the polling locations and things like that. Let's go here, family. Shout out to our sister Bad72. Thank you for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my queen sister. Let's go here, family.
Get it done. If you're a Republican senator and you hear those words from President Donald Trump, it's not a question of if to move a bill forward, but how. For the GOP right now, it's that question that's tripping them up.
To pass anything in the U.S. Senate, lawmakers have to compete with the legislative filibuster, a traditional tool allowing debate and a 60-vote threshold to push bills through. But with a slim majority and fewer moderates willing to reach across the aisle, GOP lawmakers are now weighing changing the Senate rules, lowering that 60-vote threshold to 51, and guaranteeing legislative priorities move on.
Going back to a talking filibuster, which had existence before 1917, that it makes sense so that we do make some progress.
The weeks-long filibuster fight comes as President Donald Trump pushes the passage of the Save America Act, an election bill requiring proof of citizenship to vote. Some Republicans have suggested the only way to meet the president's demand is to change the filibuster, either using what's known as a talking filibuster to force Democrats to hold the floor or face a simple majority vote, or do away with it entirely. Others believe changing the rules would alter the very fabric of the Senate and in turn give Democrats more power if and when they take back control of Congress.
I don't support blowing up the filibuster. There's no single piece of legislation worth blowing up the United States Senate over.
No solution is perfect. Allowing the other party limitless debate on the Senate floor could also tie up the legislative calendar for weeks or even months. And attempting to push through the SAVE Act using the traditional 60-vote threshold is all but guaranteed to fail. For party leadership, they believe that final option is the best bet.
We don't have the votes either to proceed, get on a talking filibuster, nor to sustain one if we got on it.
GOP leaders hope to bring the SAVE Act to the Senate floor as early as next week. In Washington, I'm Katrin Asaf.
Shout out to our good brother, still Kevin Trees, for being a member for 5 months. Shout out to you, my good brother. Thank you for all your contributions. Your contributions are blessed tenfold and always appreciated. That is correct. Completely treasonous. That's what these people are. And I can understand what the Republicans are saying, because all they have to do is get the Democrats into power, and they will basically have unchecked power up in there. So I understand why they don't want to change the rules of the filibuster. However, it's just disappointing. It's very disappointing because these folks are quite literally staring you in the face and spitting in it, and then telling you they spit in your face for your own interest. I want to go here, family.
Like, disrespectfully, fuck you, Chuck Schumer. Full send. Because when I see this tweet crying that the SAVE Act is just Jim Crow 2.0, I have to ask one very simple question as a black man. Do you even hear your fucking self anymore? You must be the expert on everything black, huh? Jim Crow was literacy tests, poll taxes, beatings, intimidation, and people getting murdered for trying to vote. Jim Crow was my grandparents being told that they weren't human enough to even participate in the country that they pay taxes to help build. The SAVE Act says prove you're a U.S. citizen before you can vote in a U.S. election. That's it. That's the entire damn premise. And you out here comparing that shit to segregation. Like you just discovered the civil rights movement in a Google tab. I'm telling you, man, Malcolm X was right about y'all. Nothing more dangerous to a black man than a white liberal. But here's the part that fucks me up. You say if Trump insists on the bill, you'll create a total gridlock in the Senate. And that's fucking awesome. Because you know what actually disenfranchises tens of millions of Americans? A government that spends more time in a political pissing contest than doing the damn job that the taxpayers pay them to do. You want real world consequences? When Washington plays shutdown chicken with the budget, guess who pays for it? Regular ass people. Families stuck in airport lines because TSA is overworked, underpaid, and wondering if they're getting a fucking paycheck this week. Small businesses waiting on permits. Border operations stretched thin. Federal workers wondering if their mortgage is going to get paid. But tell me more about how the fuck you're defending democracy while proudly announcing at the same time that you're going to grind the entire legislative branch to a fucking halt. That's the part y'all never explain. You claim you're protecting voters, right? While actively sabotaging the government those voters elected. You screaming voter suppression, but require ID for getting on a fucking plane, purchasing alcohol, opening a bank account, picking up prescriptions, entering a federal building. The list goes fucking on. Shit, you need more verification to adopt a fucking puppy. But suddenly somehow asking for proof of citizenship is Jim Crow? Stop it. That's just not civil rights. Voter ID required to vote. Proof of citizenship. To register to vote. No mail-in ballots with exceptions. No men allowed in women's sports. No transgender surgeries for minors. But y'all fighting that shit? Man. Americans, black, white, Latino, Asian, everybody. They're getting real fucking tired of watching you career politicians light the kitchen on fire and then stand there holding a fucking press conference about smoke detectors. You want to protect democracy? Then do your damn job. Debate the bill, amend the bill, vote on the bill. But proudly announcing we will shut down everything under any circumstances is not the move. It's not leadership. It's a tantrum with a Senate pin on it. And respectfully, no, actually, disrespectfully, if the best argument that you got is screaming Jim Crow while someone proposes election security, man, then the only thing getting suppressed here is your common fucking sense. Full send, fuck off.
And I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't even add on to what the men said. 100% fold. The brother was on every point. You can't set fire to the kitchen and then stand and hold a press conference about fire detectors. That's exactly what the Democratic Party is doing right now. They didn't set fire to the house. And then they went outside and told the goddamn fire department about the house being on fire. You set the fire. How you going to start waving your finger at the fireman who ain't put the fire out yet? You set the fire. So yeah, I agree with him 100-fold, especially because they be running around here gaslighting us, acting like there is no illegals voting. There is no evidence of them voting. There is no situations that we have to prove that they're voting. Well, that's a lie. That is a lie. So we're going to get into that lie. Let's get into that lie, shall we? Nearly 100,000 people registered to vote without proof of citizenship in Arizona. Let's go.
The state Supreme Court to determine if they can vote the full ballots in the election. Fox 10's Ashley Rodriguez is live now to break down what happened here, Ashley.
This error happened in every county across the state since 2004, 2 decades. Now, the problem, it's an easy fix. The MVD needed to recode their software. In fact, they already did that. The problem is fixed. But the question is now, how do we treat those 98,000 people before the 2024 election? That's just 48 days away.
This isn't a comfortable position to be in by any stretch.
Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes says he will respond to the Maricopa County Recorder's lawsuit on Wednesday. The Recorder's office is suing him, claiming to have found more than 98,000 people who were allowed to vote the full ballot in Arizona for 2 decades when they never showed proof of U.S. citizenship.
For 2 decades, they were able to vote without showing any proof of citizenship. 2 decades. Just imagine how many votes were nullified because of a bunch of people that wasn't supposed to be voting for 2 decades. But they want to tell us that there's no evidence of this going on. Let's continue.
Here's what happened. If a driver received a license prior to 1996, there was no proof of citizenship in the Motor Vehicle Division records. Since 2004, Arizona requires a voter provide documented proof of citizenship. So if a driver with an older license registers to vote, the MVD thinks they have proof of citizenship in the system and allows them to vote a full ballot. Keep in mind, the recorder says the majority of these voters are most likely U.S. citizens. They just don't have documented proof. The largest group of them are Republicans, followed by Independents and Democrats. Most of them are between the ages of 45 and 60 years old, and more than 60% are in Maricopa County. The Recorder's Office wants these 98,000 people to not be allowed to vote on a full ballot, which includes federal, state, and local elections, but instead a federal-only ballot, which only includes the president, U.S. Senator, and U.S. House of Representatives.
Every single one of these voters has met the minimum criteria in swearing an affirmation under penalty of perjury that they would have to do to vote in every election across the rest of the United States of America. Only Arizona has this what I think is an unreasonable extra burden on its voters.
Maricopa County Recorder Stephen Richer wrote on X, the secretary argues that it is too close to the election to implement such a change and that would be unduly burdensome on voters and deprive them of their voting rights. That is why we are going to the courts to get.
So these folks keep trying to make it seem like if we correct these things, this is going to hurt the voting base. No, it's not going to hurt the voting base. It's going to hurt you. It's going to hurt your party. How in the hell for 2 decades, you got these people voting, and like my brother AO said, it's more like 3 decades, I'm pretty sure. Maybe even 4. But God dang it, how you got people, thousands, over 100,000 people without proof of citizenship? That's 100,000 votes that nullifies someone else's 100,000. Well, not someone else's, but citizens. 100,000 citizen votes are nullified because you got 100,000 people who you don't even know if they're citizens or not. You're not protecting what it means to be a citizen in this country. But yet they want us to go out there and stomp the yard for them. The SAVE Act should pass. It absolutely should, and it absolutely needs to. Family, this is why I believe this situation here has come along.
Has warned police departments across California of possible. The FBI has warned police departments across California of possible retaliation strikes from Iran. That is our top story on Cron 4 News at 9, streaming on Cron 4 Plus. I'm Dan Thorne. That warning was issued before the war started, and the alert from the FBI specifically mentions the threat of drone strikes on the Golden State. Cron 4 Sarah Stinson joins us live from our newsroom tonight with reaction from local leaders and residents. Sarah?
Mayor Daniel Lurie posted a video on social media saying federal officials have told him there is no imminent threat to the city, but even the possibility of one has some people in San Francisco feeling anxious.
Yeah, it's pretty terrifying. And we live in a major city in California, so yeah, definitely will keep you up at night. I saw a lot about it on social media today after work, and definitely makes me feel uneasy.
People in San Francisco on edge after learning about the possibility of an Iranian attack somewhere in California. The warning comes from an FBI bulletin sent to law enforcement agencies across the state last month, saying Iran could try to launch a surprise drone attack from an offshore vessel in retaliation for conflict in the Middle East.
I hope it's going to be okay, and I wish it wasn't this way.
Governor Gavin Newsom says state officials are aware of the warning and are working with federal and local agencies throughout the State Operations Center to prepare.
Drone issues have been always top of mind, and we've assembled work groups specifically around those concerns.
Newsom and the mayors of San Francisco and San Jose say there's no known imminent threat, but they're staying in close contact with federal authorities.
It's a little bit more concerning.
Former FBI agent Rick Smith says while anti-drone technology has advanced, a drone attack is not out of the realm of possibility.
Some specifics that mean that suggest to me that there might be some validity to it, like, using a vessel. This came from either NSA, some sort of satellite intercept, or a recruitment of an Iranian official or a spy.
But Stephen Zunis, the director of Middle Eastern Studies at University of San Francisco, disagrees, saying it's highly unlikely.
In the realm of terrorism, that one perhaps would be most concerned about would be some kind of lone individual who's just outraged at the scenes of once again, the United States is killing large numbers of Muslim civilians. But in terms of an organized terrorist attack or a drone attack against San Francisco or other West Coast cities, again, I'd rank that as a pretty low probability.
Smith says he's sure the FBI, Coast Guard, and the military are all working together on this. For some, that provides reassurance.
We just kind of feel like we're protected here, and I think we would have saw it before it would have gotten as far as to our coast here.
And we reached out to police departments in San Francisco, Oakland, and San Jose. All say they are monitoring the situation and remain in contact with federal agencies. I'm Sarah Stinson reporting in the newsroom. Back to you.
All right. Now, family, I played this because I believe, and this is just my belief, I'm putting on a tinfoil hat. I'm putting on a tinfoil fitted. I believe that this warning was issued in order to put a little heat on the Democrats to make sure that they can fund the Department of Security, the Department of Homeland Security. Because when you think about it, they're talking about Iran wants to attack California using drones. if you look at a map, let me see if I can pull up a map real quick. Hold up. Let me just pull up a world map real quick. 1 second. All right. So when you pull up a map, right? Here's Iraq. They want to shoot drones at California. Here's California. That means that they would have to fire them this way to reach here, right? Because when you shoot off this way, you got people in this region. We got military bases all up in these regions here that would be able to take those drones down. Now, that also is true for the opposite direction. It has to go through several countries that we have military bases in, and those drones would most likely get shot down before it even made it to California. Before it even makes it to California. If it got past China, Japan is the next step in the blocking those drones. Why do I say this? I say that to make a point. It could be a false flag. It definitely could be a false flag. As of recently, there was an article that came out about how 4 military drones from Kentucky came up missing. Now, this happened in 2025. But the problem is they're not really sounding the alarm or letting people know about the missing drones until after the quote unquote FBI told California about the so-called drone strikes that they may or may not have to deal with. So putting all that together, I kind of believe that this could be just a ploy in order to put Democrats in a hot seat. Because if anything does happen in California or anywhere else in America where Homeland Security is supposed to respond and they can't, that's going to be on the Democrats, and that's going to make their party look even damn worse. The very way that they shut down the government in order to make sure that the illegals had a deal on the table. They shut down the government and made sure millions of families was unable to eat across these United States of America. Millions of American citizens was unable to eat. And that made them look horrible. And they end up backtracking. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is just a ploy. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But I'll let you guys decide. We'll see. Now, shout out to our sister Black Rose, who just mentioned this. The Canadian plead guilty to false claims of U.S. citizenship to vote in elections. A Canadian man has pled guilty to 2 counts of making false claims certifying that he was a U.S. citizen on the North Carolina voter registration application in 2022 and 2024 to vote in elections in those years, including in the 2024 presidential election, the Department of Justice has said. So for all these folks acting like it ain't happening, bada bing, bada boom. Bada bing, bada boom. Shout out to our brother Only Us. Brother Church, or could it be sleeper cells overriding drones? because of open borders. It could be both. It could, you make a valid point. You make a very valid point. Sweet Butter said ROTC unalive African American naturalized citizen in Virginia. ROTC. Isn't ROTC just like the baby version of the military, but instead of it being a military group, it's like on high schools and stuff like that? If I remember correctly, that's what ROTC is, right? It's just the high school version of the Army. They're preparing you to go into the Army, right? That's wild. I wonder how they unalived or what happened. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that because I'm interested in knowing what happened there. Anyway, family, let's move forward, shall we? I want to get to the family and let them go off a bit.
Does everyone see how, wait, I got to sit up. Okay. Does everyone see how the American people overwhelmingly said they want to have the SAVE Act passed? We want voter ID, black, white, other, everyone else. We want, as Americans, we want voter ID. We want election integrity. And the Democratic Party said, no. Who do these people work for? This is a perfect example. And this is not about being partisan. It's the facts, the voting record. I think it passed with like 218 to 213, with Republicans overwhelmingly saying, okay, Americans want voter ID. We agree. We should have voter ID to make sure everyone's comfortable, make sure we have election integrity, and only U.S. citizens are voting in our elections. The Democrats said, we don't care that the American people said they want voter ID because we are going to get out there and say that it's bringing back Jim Crow and that Black people and married women are not going to be able to vote, even though those same people said they want the SAVE Act to pass. They said, no, voted against it. Overwhelmingly. Are people paying attention? Regardless of where you sit, I keep highlighting this. You're saying you want voter ID and they said no. So they're calling the shot. So is it still we the people if the Democratic Party does whatever they want to do? Look at how many of them have gotten voted in. They promised, look at Virginia. They voted Abigail Spanberger in. Go and look at all the laws she passed immediately, all the things she reversed. It is diabolical. It is alarming, frightening, horrific. Tax on tax on tax on tax. She doesn't care because you guys just didn't bother to look at her voting record. Go and look. And so back to the SAVE Act. Once again, the bill goes to the House and the American people say they want something and the Democratic Party said no. So if they're not working at the behest of the American people, who are they working for? Well, obviously themselves or illegal immigrants so that they can allow non-citizens to vote. What other reason would you vote against voter ID? Because we all know it's not about married women and their ID. We know it's not about Black people. We need our IDs for everything else, and rightfully so. So if voter ID is racist, then ID for everything is racist, no? So yeah, they don't want voter ID for a very obvious reason. The same reason why they opened that border. Because voters are fleeing Democratic cities in droves. They're losing numbers. They're losing apportionment. They're losing seats in the House. And so now they need to allow anybody to vote. That's why Tim Walz allows everybody to get licensed no matter what in Minnesota. This is an agenda. So this has nothing to do with Jim Crow. These people just blatantly said they're going to say no to something that the American people said they want. And it's so blatant that everybody who voted for them should be holding them accountable. They probably won't, but I'm just noting it. Does everyone?
Shout out to that sister right there, Latrice. She be going off Miss Littleton. And she ain't, such a bad looker either. You know what I mean? Shoot. Anyway, shout out to our sister FBA chosen by God in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here and thank you for your comment. They work for anti-American organizations outside of this country. And I agree. Because they definitely don't work for us. And you see how many Democrats are going after the AIPAC right now, trying to get funding? Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Shout out to you, my sister Queen. Let me also give a B1 salute to Rooted in Power, much love to you and thank you for being here, as well as Punisher BX in the building, much love to you and thank you for being here, as well as our good brother Curtis Price is in the building, much love to you and thank you for being him. Damn, they stabbed him. I'm gonna look into that. I gotta check into that. I gotta see what's going on. And also shout out to our good brother Vince Singleton in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here as well. Let's go here, family.
The funniest thing to me about all the people who are upset about the SAVE Act is the fact that when Kamala Harris lost the election, Black women ran to the internet and said the only reason she lost was because Black men decided to vote for Donald Trump. And if they would have voted for Kamala Harris, she would have won. But now we're saying that Black people have a difficult time even getting the proper identification to be able to vote. Those two things can't be true at the same time. One of them has to be bullshit. And I think we all know which one is bullshit. I'm a Black man from Baltimore City. I lived in one of the most impoverished areas in the entire country. I don't know a single nigga without an ID. I know a bunch of niggas who post Don Julio on their story. I know a bunch of niggas who go to the club every time they get a chance. I don't know a single nigga without an ID. And I think it's very intellectually disingenuous for the Democratic Party to even suggest that. And the craziest part about it is, right now, Black people for the first time in 60 years have finally realized we have conservative values. And we've only been voting Democrat because we believe the Democratic Party would do things to help our communities. But now we're realizing that's not going to happen. And they're shoveling all these illegal immigrants into our communities because if we wanted to swing the vote at any point in time, those illegal immigrants would outweigh our vote, which would then disenfranchise us. Our vote wouldn't matter anymore. We wouldn't be able to swing elections. That's what they want. Funniest thing to me about all the people.
Shout out to that young brother right there as well, because he ain't said nothing that wasn't true. And the fact that the youth is starting to say the exact same things that we're saying, they're realizing, they're waking up. And that's what makes me so proud of us, because God dang it, before people would just want to continue to ignore. We made it undeniable. We've made it undeniable. And shout out to our brother Ayo. He said the music set the tone. You are absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct. Yeah, exactly. Classical music always sound ominous as hell. You can make it either a good thing, you can make a good video out of classical music, or you can make a very sinister video as well. Shout out to you guys. Oh, shout out to our brother Trey Messiah. I'm not saying we should flock to the Republicans, but I'm glad more and more of us are calling it out to the Democratic Party. You're absolutely right, my brother. I don't believe that anybody should run from one plantation to the next. That's why I said, from now on, we are independent. Either you're going to bring us something to sway us, or we're going to stay in the middle. That's how we're supposed to do. That's what everybody else does. That's what every other group does. It is only us that they come to us and try to make it seem like we got to be Democrats. We got to fall in line for the plantation, because if we don't, the sky is going to fall, like Chick a Little say. So shout out, shout out, shout out. Let me also go here.
So you are now telling me that Black people have IDs to get into clubs, to get into concerts, to buy drugs, to drive cars, to get bank accounts, to get medical assistance, to take vacations on cruises and to the Bahamas. But if we require IDs to vote, Black people will all of a sudden not be able to produce valid ID. To the Black people who support the Democrats, please do not tell me that y'all agree with this. So you are now telling me that Black people,
and most of them do not, unless they're shilling out here. Unless they're shilling. Now, we got to take a trip. Let's jump into our favorite rocket ship, because we got to head back over to California for a bit. Got to head back to California, because I got to show exactly why these folks are quite literally unpopular right now. There's a lot of things going on. Y'all remember Karen Bass and her wanted to give illegals basically reparations for being too scared to go to work? Let me remind you.
LA Mayor Karen Bass just announced that she is giving free cash money, courtesy of the taxpayer, to all 1 million illegal immigrants in Los Angeles who are now afraid to go to work. Good luck, LA taxpayer. This just solidifies to the American people that the main constituent of the Democrat Party is, in fact, illegal immigrants and not American citizens. All of this while an activist Biden-appointed judge conveniently located out of Los Angeles has now decided she's actually the president of the United States and rules that the Trump administration has to cease operations in LA. As always, like the video and subscribe to the channel. These Democrats are losing their minds. But let me start by showing you the unthinkable announcement that the mayor of LA is giving taxpayer-funded dollars to illegal immigrants to stay home so they avoid getting deported.
I heard this news about the cash payments. I thought this cannot possibly be true. But then on reflection, I thought, of course it's true, because California already provides the most generous benefits for illegal immigrants of any state by far. Newsom has driven Medicaid installment by giving out free comprehensive benefits for everyone. And now Bass is giving out these free cash cards. And apparently one of the ways you can get one is if you're too afraid to go into work. Well, number one, this fear, to the extent that it exists, is largely driven by Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom, who have purposely incited fear and driven these riders into a state of frenzy. But number two, if we say that if you're too afraid to go to work, you get free cash payments, I think that all of a sudden we're going to find there are a lot more people who are suddenly too afraid to go into work. But the real kicker in all this is that Karen Bass has chosen, of all groups, Churla to distribute the cards. Now remember, this is the group that got $34 million in funding and then played a central role in organizing the riots.
I mean, what a spit in the face to actual American citizens. People who get up early, work hard every single day because they have to provide for their family. And their tax dollars are being given to people who shouldn't even be in this country because they're scared to go to work. I mean, this should be considered aiding and abetting. What illegal immigrant will risk going into work, potentially being caught up in an ICE raid, when the mayor of Los Angeles is saying you can stay at home and we will just give you money? We have never seen anything like this outside of COVID, when the government forced us to not go to work. So it's like, yeah, you better be paying us then. But who's willing to bet the illegal immigrants get way more than the $1,200 checks we got? Because according to Democrats, those are the most important Americans in the country. They always say, how would our food ever get picked? How would our houses ever get built? They make it seem like illegal immigrants are the sole reason the United States is a world superpower. They built this country, not us. Los Angeles is stolen land, don't you remember? All of this blatant preferential treatment is largely why people got so fed up with illegal immigration in the first place. LA Mayor Karen Bass just announced that she is giving free.
All right, so that was the situation. And yeah, I do agree, Trey. I'm afraid to leave my house because, you know, of white supremacy. Where is my check? I need that check too. Shout out to our sister, Mrs. L, in the building. Much love to you. And thank you for being here, my sister Queen. Shalom, as always. Family, and shout out to Punisher for this comment here. DNC barely survives with 90% of our vote. Time to pay up. Abso-damn-lutely. Absolutely. Shout out to you for that comment. Now, Bass has stepped it up one more inch. She has done some more stupidity. Let me rephrase that. She has continued her stupidity. She has done more to show off her stupidity. And what did Karen Bass recently just do, ladies and gentlemen? Ladies and gentlemen,
has announced a $1 million award to the Little Tokyo Service Center to help expand homelessness prevention services. The funding will support low-income renters at risk of losing their homes, including seniors, families with young children, people with disabilities, immigrants, and households with limited English proficiency.
We're not going to solve this problem without a comprehensive approach. And the comprehensive approach begins with preventing people from falling to be homeless in the first place. So that's why it's wonderful to be here today and to witness, after working with La Casa for the last couple of years, and we've reached the point where we're handing out checks.
The mayor also cited a new report by the LA County Department of Public Health showing a decrease in homeless mortality for the first time in a decade.
Now, family, I got to run that back.
Mayor Karen Bass has announced a $1 million award to the Little Tokyo Service Center to
now, and shout out to our sister Faith Speaks Life. Much love to you and your Cash App donation. Thank you very much for it. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good sister. Exactly, my sister Angelic. Every body, but foundational Black Americans. You just gave a $1 million grant to an organization in Little Tokyo, to help combat Asian homelessness. Are you serious? Do you see why the Democrats are unpopular? Do you see why they're continuously going in a downward spiral when it comes to the polls? They're showing you Skid Row. The image that they're showing you, the image right here is not Little Tokyo. This image is Skid Row. Right across the street from the goddamn Greyhound Center. Right across the way from the Metro Rail. This is Skid Row. She is still responsible for this location as well. Where is the $1 million for Skid Row? No, this is why you're unpopular. This is why you're being despised as a party. While 35% of the homelessness in Los Angeles is Black Americans, and they only make up 4 to 7% of the population, where the hell is their $1 million? This is a slap in the face. This is a disrespect. Because those Asians are still going to go vote Republican. If they were going to vote Republican. Those Asians are still going to choose whether or not you're good for them as a party. And many of them decide that you're not. Joe Biden gave them a hate crime bill and $50 million. And then the very next election, majority of them voted for what party? For the Republican Party. For Republicans. And you idiots still ain't picking up the play. We've picked up the play. You're in office and you can't pick up the play. Family, these people outright deserve to lose. Shout out to Only Us. Brother Church Karen Bass is doing something specific for a group. Kamala Harris said, I'm not going to do something specifically for Black people. No. And I want to know right now, give me a second, family. Give me 1 second. Shout out to Snatch Adams. Much love to you and thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, good brother. Even the Democrat shields have to be punching air at this point in time. Excuse me. Much love to you, family, and you're absolutely right, because all these things that they're seeing, I know that they're cursing each other out. That is some dumb stuff to do. Why would you do that? That's going to fall back on us. Family, I'm going to play this clip one more time.
Mayor Karen Bass has announced a $1 million award to the Little Tokyo Service Center to help expand homelessness prevention services. The funding will support low-income renters at risk of losing their homes, including seniors, families with young children, people with disabilities, immigrants, and households with limited English proficiency.
We're not going going to solve this problem without a comprehensive approach. And the comprehensive approach begins with preventing people from falling to be homeless in the first place. So that's why it's wonderful to be here today and to witness, after working with La Casa for the last couple of years, and we've reached the point where we're handing out checks.
The mayor also cited a new report by the LA County Department of Public Health showing a decrease in homeless mortality for the first time in a decade.
Family, shout out to our sister, Mrs. L, in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good sister. I want to see here. Homeless population in Los Angeles by race. Let's see. Yep. Let me see here, family. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to see what the population, the homeless population of the Asian Americans are in Los Angeles. But all it keeps pulling up is, of course, the truth. You know, in Los Angeles County, African Americans represent 7.9% of the population, but 34% of the 66,000 plus total. Without institutional racism, there would be 15,000 fewer people experiencing homelessness. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me switch this over so you can see what I'm reading. There would be 15,000 fewer people experiencing homelessness, almost all coming from Black and Native American populations. I don't know why Native Americans would have an issue when all those damn reservations are in goddamn California. They better head to those reservations and get them to give them some resources, damn it. Especially anyway, I digress, family. I digress. Let's get back over here. I digress. To my point, I want to play this clip here. Let's go. Hold on. Because the family ain't having it. The family is not having it. Let's go here.
So while everybody up here worrying about what's going on, this and that, and this and that, Miss Baskin gave $1 million to Little Tokyo. This does not have anything to do with Black homeless people in California. Why is she giving money to Asians when they already have a hate crime bill? They already have other stuff. Why is she giving money to Asians? If you just type in Mayor Baz, she gave $1 million. See right there, right here, $1 million to them, a grant. Now you got Black people that's homeless. They ran most of the Black people out of Los Angeles, and you're taking the money of taxpayers, that people that's probably not. And then this says immigrants. Look, vulnerable Asians. You see that down at the bottom? What about vulnerable Black people? So she giving all this money to Asians. Asians already have stuff. They already got stuff for them. We don't have anything for us. While all this stuff going on behind the scenes, Democrats are still doing stuff to people. Look at this. $1 million grant to little Asian. Hold
on, I'm gonna pause this for a second. Shout out to Rahaya in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here and thank you for this comment. Facts, both parties are demonic. The Democrats are wolves in sheep clothing and the Republicans don't have no clothes on. I love that. The Republicans have no clothes on, just like the emperor. But I wanted to go here. Our good brother Jesse Paris brought up the numbers. Thank you very much, my good brother. And the number says, and our brother says, Asian Americans represent roughly 1.3% to 3% of the total homeless population in the city/county of Los Angeles, according to different data sets. Thank you very much for that, my good brother. Thank you very much. As I thought, these folks don't make up nearly as much as we do, but yet they're being singled out for $1 million. Shout out to our brother Jesse Paris for bringing that information to the forefront. Thank you very much. Shout out to our sister Mrs. L once again. Brother Church, I just asked AI. It said about 1,751 Asians were considered homeless in 2025 in Los Angeles County, California. AI stated their population currently stands at a 2.7 of homelessness population. So either way, a lot to a little. These folks are at most 3%. We are 35% of the homeless population. And they're singling those folks out. It's just like, God dang it, it's just like that dang COVID hate crime bill all over again, ain't it? Add massage parlors, you ain't right. You ain't right. They already got their little homeless fund, you say. Let's let her continue.
Vulnerable Asians. What about vulnerable Black people? They don't care nothing about us. You done gave all this money, and you got people on there on Skid Row and all of that. Black people been homeless. With Black women with children been homeless. And this, if she's an immigrant, she's giving money away. While all this stuff going on behind the scenes, they're still protecting them, and nobody's protecting us. And you guys worry about everything else. You better pay attention to stuff like this, because they setting it up still for us to fail. Nobody up here is a Black American. I don't believe none of them two are. These two right here, I don't believe neither one of them are Black American. I know she's not. I don't know what the hell Karen Bass is, but I know she ain't for our people. But of course we know who these are. We know who these are. But for them to give that much money when they already have a protection as far as a hate crime bill, they got money for that. They get money, and they're still giving them money, and nobody is saying nothing. Everybody talking about everything else on social media, worrying about what Trump doing, and after a while, they're basically trying to eliminate us any way they can. These are Democrats. They're doing stuff behind the scenes. Y'all better pay attention. While all this stuff going on and we paying attention to the wrong stuff, they are going behind the scenes. Whatever type of control they have left, they are going behind the scenes to try to siphon everything they can, so nothing will be left. Because they know we're talking about reparations. They're trying to siphon everything out of there so they can say, oh, there's no money left. They're going to say, oh, there's no money left. Because they're going behind the scenes doing shit like this. Because that should be for everyone, not just for Asians, vulnerable Asians, Native Hawaiians. That has nothing to do with nobody that's here, that with bloodshed and tears from their ancestors. Nothing. This has nothing to do with. You can find this article. Let me see where I found this at. Let's see. Hold on. So I found the article on mayorlacity.com. That's where I found the article at. And then you see where they got in Espanol and Mandarin. So you have all this stuff because you're trying to keep. You have the limited words for English, an English First Nation speaking language, and you're doing everything behind the scenes like this. This is why I hate fucking Democrats. I hate Republicans too, but I hate you fucking Democrats, because y'all sat there and took our vote for 50 years, and all the time y'all been doing shit like this. I hate y'all motherfuckers. I hate y'all, because this don't make no sense. All those people, y'all, LA, they ran all those Black people out of LA. And then a lady that lives here in North Carolina, she had to take her daughter out of school and transfer her job because her daughter was biracial, and she was going to a school full of Asians, and the motherfuckers had one Black person on the student board, superintendent school board, and they got rid of her because she asked questions about stuff they were doing to the Black kids that were in the school. Whole bunch of fucking Asians did this, but they're vulnerable, and they going behind the scenes doing shit like this. I don't care if anybody don't like what I got to say. They got enough protection. Protect the real Americans. And I'm not saying because you wasn't soil, but a lot of this stuff here is bullshit. This is bullshit. What's vulnerable about them? All the stuff that's going on, and you're saying they're vulnerable when they're hanging. They were hanging truck drivers and all of that. You didn't see none of them come out for this. I'm telling you, Democrats, your ass ain't getting back in there. I don't give a fuck if every Republican sitting in that seat. Y'all not getting back in there until y'all stop doing shit like this. Y'all will never get back in them seats. And you better hope and pray them immigrants, they don't like y'all either. They only like what you can do for them. They never vote for y'all. Y'all do everything for them because y'all trying to eliminate the Black American vote. But them immigrants are never going to vote for you. They're never, ever, ever going to vote for you. Because you know why? They don't like same-sex marriages. They're very conservative. And quiet as it kept, they like Trump. Until Trump started messing with them, then they get y'all to do their dirty work. But in real life, walking the streets, they don't like you. And I know that for a fact. They don't like you. They don't like Black Americans. They're just here to siphon all of our resources. And this is what she's giving them, resources. There's not going to be nothing left. Any Black people that live in California, y'all are goddamn fool. I would leave and take my money elsewhere. I would not stay in this state. I would let them drain it to the state, go broke. I would not live here. because this is ridiculous. If you like immigration and all that, knock yourself out. But black people that are struggling and going through a lot and they're not saying nothing, they don't have these type of resources, you're giving it to vulnerable Asians. What about vulnerable black people? You done gave all the money to Hispanics. That's why they over there running in black neighborhoods, their gangs. Then you done gave all the Asian hate crime bill when Democrats was in office. Now you're giving them more money? What do they need money for? Y'all, they don't pay for education. So why do they need money? Y'all give them business, money for businesses and all of that. What do they need money for? Y'all need to get her ass out of there. Her and the rest of these just get along, the peanut gang, get all of them out of there. If y'all can, let somebody else sit in the seat. Because Karen Bass, she need to retire. And I don't even live in California. But I tell you what, if y'all got any sense, y'all get all them Democrats out there. Y'all need to go on and just make California something else. Make California independent. Because Democrats is going to run y'all in the damn ground. Literally. All this stuff going on, and they going behind the scenes doing shit like this. 311. I bet you didn't see none of this on the news. I bet you this on the news because they doing stuff behind the scenes while Trump busy doing what the hell he doing. They, whatever power they got left, they're doing shit like this. So they think that they're going to win their vote. The Asians not going to vote for them. I don't give a damn how much money they get. They figure they're going to get that money. You know, they're going to send it back to their country. Just like the Somalians was doing. They were taking that money and sending it back to their country. You think that all them other countries ain't geared up and got weapons and all that? You just send all that US dollars over there and they buying weapons. They can get them for little or nothing. And you sending billions of American dollars to another country? They're sending that money back. And like I said, they're going to get over here and they're going to infiltrate. They're doing it now. So they're getting lined up. And Black Americans, y'all better be ready because they do not like you either. They don't like you. They do not like you. And you better protect yourself. You better protect your family because she's getting them geared up for what? Why do they need that much money? When they have a bill, they have a hate crime bill. They get grants. They get money for businesses. Why would they need this? Why would they need that? Why would they need that? And it says $1 million, but what is that, $1 million per family? So it just says $1 million. Get her out of here. Y'all need to get her out of here because she a mess. This is terrible. So why everybody?
Shout out to that sister. And she's absolutely correct. She cooked Karen because the fact of the matter is, this woman has went in there and she has done everything for illegals. Now she's doing some stunt like this in order to try to get the Asians on board with her. The fact of the matter is, Karen, your name is shit in California. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why your name is shit. Because there are so many people who saw not only what you've been doing, but what you haven't done. You know, all the people who lost their homes in the Palisades. You know, all the people who watched you go over to freaking Ghana while their homes was on fire. You know, they know that you still ain't did nothing for them yet. Very little people has been able to start rebuilding their homes. Very little people are able to start rebuilding their homes because you guys have made it so bureaucratically impossible. People are opting out of rebuilding because if they don't fill out the paperwork and the documents and the blah, blah, blah in the correct manner, it could cost them upwards to from $25,000 to $50,000. So you got people who are quite literally opting out of going and rebuilding their homes because y'all made it so convoluted that they can't do it. Yeah, your name is Mud, Karen. Let's go here.
Nearly the entire community of Pacific Palisades has been destroyed.
Last year, wildfires destroyed more than 10,000 California homes. Politicians said,
We are 100% committed to getting this neighborhood rebuilt again.
the governor said his officials were responding to it at scale with efficiency, getting rid of bureaucratic obstacles to building, addressing building codes, addressing permitting issues, and moving forward to rebuilding. So 1 year later, are most of the homes being rebuilt? No, not even close.
Only a handful have been fully rebuilt so far.
That's it? Out of more than 10,000 lost? Why? Because California has too many rules.
This is decades and decades of red tape.
Jim Craig put sprinklers on his roof and was able to save his and some of his neighbors' homes.
The 14 houses beneath me survived, and then below our 14, there's over 1,000 houses gone. We're trying to rescue what we can.
Now he runs a volunteer group that helps people navigate life after the fire.
He's frustrated that it still takes months just to get permission to rebuild. What takes months?
Inefficiency takes months.
Even those who do get permits and start rebuilding sometimes get stopped.
You start building on that house and oops, there's a permit issue. Do you shut down for 5 days? All those trucks are waiting. All that lumber is waiting. There's 6,000 houses waiting behind you.
When we find a problem, we address it.
Somehow, Mayor Bass thinks she simplified the permit process.
We have waived, put aside, suspended, so we can get through the permitting process in record speed.
Record speed must not mean much in politics because homeowners still have to complete this mountain of paperwork. These are the permits you need to.
Family, I want you to see. Look how much paperwork you got to do in order to get the clearance to rebuild a house that should have never been a part of no fire. And if it was, there should have been protocols to make sure that your home didn't burn the hell down. You know, the reservoir shouldn't have been empty. The fire hydrant should be working. You know. But on top of that, you got to fill out this mountain of paperwork. That looks like a mini book.
Of paperwork. These are the permits you need to rebuild. There's the Green Building Code, Form GRN3. It must be completed prior to final inspection. Water closet rules, a waste management plan. Information about state solar energy and incentive programs must be provided. The rules seem endless. It goes on and on.
There are thousands of people who are traumatized and they're being handed that stack and they're being told, learn this, figure it out, master this. By the way, if you mess up on this, you may end up losing $50,000 or $100,000. It's scary.
Because it's so scary. Most people haven't even applied for permits?
Correct. Financially, it doesn't make sense to try. This is something that you could ruin your family even worse than what just happened in the fire.
Yet the mayor still says
this is actually pretty quick.
It doesn't feel pretty quick for that family that's living in a hotel.
As usual, government is the problem. First, bureaucrats may have made the fire worse by draining a reservoir.
There's no water in the Palisades. There's no water coming out of the fire hydrants.
Fire hydrants, some of them worked, most of them didn't. The reservoir was empty.
The 117 million gallon reservoir above Pacific Palisades had been empty for maintenance for most of the year.
Officials say they had to repair the reservoir cover, but
the repair took months to schedule and the work still hasn't started.
In addition, Los Angeles County
would not allow firefighters to use heavy machinery in places with protected plants or cultural sites.
Now, fire victims claim California officials
told crews they could not use chainsaws to carve out containment lines because it would endanger protected plant species.
If that wasn't bad enough, they're still charging property tax.
Yes.
Empty lots have to pay 2/3 of what they used to pay.
It's frankly a slap in the face.
Last year, Mayor Bass admitted
there is dysfunctional levels of government everywhere. So it isn't anything particular to Los Angeles.
She's right about that. But I think Los Angeles is probably worse.
Family, it gets worse. It gets worse, family. Because while Karen Bass is out here trying to give $1 million to Little Tokyo for homelessness, California, they're trying to pass a law that states that 5% of the citizens' savings accounts will be taxed. 5% of American citizens, their savings accounts, they want to tax it 5% while they're doing all of these things for illegals to help take care of these illegals. You think I'm joking? Let's go here.
California is now collecting signatures to tax your savings account. 5%, your bank account, your retirement, your home equity. And the part that made me laugh this morning, I told you this was coming. A buddy texted me a clip, news anchor, Dallas, Texas, not even California, breaking the story that Sacramento is coming for your savings account.
California labor unions have advanced a ballot initiative that would slap a one-time 5% tax on the savings accounts of the state's residents to make up for overspending in other areas like illegal migrants.
So I started digging, and what I found is going to make you absolutely sick. This isn't a billionaire tax. This is stage 2 of the biggest financial mugging in California history. And by the end of this video, you're going to know exactly what they're doing, exactly who is doing it, and exactly what you need to do about it. So let's start with a lie, because there's always a lie. They're calling it the Billionaire Tax Act. And 50% of Californians hear that and think, hey, sure, tax the billionaires. I'm not a billionaire.
If you were voting today, would you support or oppose the initiative? Little concerning. 50% of Californians are like, yeah, sure, I'll tax the billionaires.
That's exactly what they're counting on. Now, here's the truth. The billionaires already left. And I already told you this. Elon Musk didn't stay to pay it. Larry Ellison didn't stay to pay it. The second this thing got proposed, they hired attorneys, transferred their assets, and they were gone. Nevada, Texas, Florida. I covered this, and I showed you exactly how it works.
A bunch of the billionaires who are the initial targets of the Democrats' wealth tax, they fled. They just left California.
So Sacramento did the math. If the billionaires leave, oops, the middle class becomes the billionaire. And now they got a $30 billion budget hole, not because revenue is down, because they can't stop spending your money. Free healthcare for illegal immigrants, free cell phones, free housing, while you are cutting back on dinners going out, while your kids are drowning in student loans. Sacramento just keeps spending. And when they run out of money, they invent a new tax.
Shout out to our sister, Mrs. L, not only for this comment, but for your Cash App donation as well. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good sister. At this rate, California won't have any residents if they keep this up. My sister, at this rate, they won't have any legal residents. California will be an illegal resident state. This is what I see it moving towards. I'm seeing all the citizens of America moving out of California and them, continuing to shovel in these illegals so that California can still have the population. That's what I see happening, because right now, we're going to get into some more stuff that's happening in California too. It's like they're trying to push you out. It's like they are quite literally, they got the goddamn hook from the freaking, they borrowed the hook from the Apollo Theater, and one by one, they're just pulling citizens out. But shout out to you, my sister. Thank you for that comment. Yeah, you are absolutely right. These folks ain't going to be happy till they got no legal citizens left in that state.
Now, let me take you back to 1913. Congress passes the income tax. You know what they said? Only the top 0.5% of earners will ever pay this. Only the ultra wealthy. Let me ask you a question. Did you pay income tax last April 15th? Yeah, you did. Property tax? That was for wealthy landowners. Gas tax, mileage tax, every single one started as a tax on someone else. Every single one ended up in your wallet.
So you work hard. You're already giving government all this money through sales tax and property tax and income tax, gas tax, car tax, all these taxes. And if by the end of the year, you're managing to scrimp and save a little bit of money, government's not done yet. They want that too.
And now they're doing it again, right in front of your face. And they think you're too distracted to notice.
They always say they're going to tax the rich person over there. But sure enough, before you know it, yep, we're all paying that tax that they promised would only be paid by someone else.
So I did the math, because nobody else is going to do it for you. The average California homeowner, you've been here for 30 years, you did everything right. You've got about $400,000 in home equity, $200,000 in your 401k, $30,000 in your savings. That's $630,000 in assets. Gavin Newsom and the rest of the guys in Sacramento, they want 5% of that, $31,500. That's not a billionaire tax. That's a middle-class liquidation fee.
It would be a tax that would allow government to take a percentage of whatever you have in your checking account, your savings account, your 401k, your stock portfolio, your home equity, anything that you have of value. Government can come in and say, okay, this year we're going to take a flat percentage, 6%, 7%, 5%.
And they said it's one time. Yeah, the income tax was one time too. Now, let's say it goes the way, $31,500. Year 3, $31,500. 5 years from now, you've written Sacramento a check for $157,000 on money you already paid taxes on equity that you built with your own hands. Now, here's what should make your blood absolutely boil. Carl DeMaio went to the assembly floor, introduced a constitutional amendment. It's called the ACA 14. All it said was this: California can't ever impose a savings tax on a resident. Guarantee, in writing, forever. If Democrats were telling the truth, if this really was only going to hit billionaires, they would have voted yes without blinking. Guess what they did? They killed it.
Democrats killed that bill. I said, look, you say that, you're only going to tax billionaires. Here's your chance to give us a guarantee that the middle class working families are never going to have to be worried about being grandfathered into a savings tax. They didn't do that at all.
They looked you in the eye and they said, no, because they were planning to stop at the billionaires. And who's out on the street corners right now collecting signatures to put this on your November ballot? California labor unions, the same unions that run Sacramento, the same unions whose pensions are bankrupting cities across the state. They need your savings account to keep their machine running.
Well, here's a fast fact for you. Governor Gavin Newsom's California is set to start taxing savings accounts to make up for a $30 million budget deficit.
Now, let me talk to you directly. Get off your ass. Read the bills. I know it's boring. Read them anyway, because this is exactly how they get you.
The measure targets wealthy people, potentially raking in about $25 billion for a dedicated fund that many say will be used for illegal migrant services.
They make it complicated, so you tune out. The second you tune out, they take your money. Stop voting for new taxes. I don't care what they call it, a billionaire tax, a wealth tax, road use charge. It's a new tax. Vote no every damn time. No exceptions. Think about it this way. If your family had a budget problem, you'd stop going out. You'd cut back. You'd figure it out. You wouldn't call your neighbor and say, hey man, give me 5% of your savings account because I can't stop spending. That's what Sacramento is doing to you every year, like clockwork. April 15th is coming. You're about to write a check to the IRS and to California. And while you're signing that check, union organizers are on street corners collecting signatures to take another 5% of everything that you have left.
Critics also say that the wealth tax will then start being charged to people who are worth $1 million, then $250,000, then everyone in the state.
They couldn't trap the billionaires, so now they're coming for the people who stayed, your savings, your retirement, your house.
If you enact the tax and we lose revenues, which we will, how worried are you that the middle class Californians will end up having to pay higher taxes to offset the difference? 67% concerned.
Because Sacramento has one rule. If the money exists, they'll take it.
Family, and I'm going to say this. If that god dang bill passes to all the family in California, it's time for a mass exodus. Just let it die off. It's time. It's time. The Most High said, you know what? It's just time. So if they're going to be taxing your accounts, and as our brother said, Snatch Adams said it best. He said the billionaires and millionaires created this mess, then peaced out. That's diabolical. You need to peace out too. Let California figure it out. And if you have, and I say this, I want this to be clear. If California passes this, all legal citizens should move out of California. Because then, guess what? There's no one to pay those taxes. The illegals aren't paying it. And all the tax money that they get to take care of those illegals, that money will go to another state. And California will be in a continuous deficit because it won't have any legal citizens contributing to the economy in California. So if it passed, family, leave. Let them bastards deal with it on their own. Let's get here too, family, because like I said, California, they're doing a lot. They're doing a lot. So I want to go here. This man's name is Stephen Hilton. He's running for governor. He's running his gubernatorial race at this point in time. And he's talking about creating what he called it California Doge. I call it Cali Doge. In order to go through the books and audit the spending in California. Let's go here, family.
In order to cut taxes, we have to cut spending, and that's why we've got to go after the fraud and the waste and the abuse. So I did set up in California
about a month ago now, Cal Doge. We're calling it the California Department of Government Efficiency. Obviously, we're not elected yet. So this is a team of volunteers. We are already finding this stuff. It's just unbelievable. Just on Friday, our second fraud report was published last week. This is $1 billion, $1 billion over the last 10 years that was taken from gas tax and electric bill surcharges for climate that are supposed to be spent on installing solar panels on the roofs of low-income apartment buildings. Of that $1 billion, only 72 million was actually spent on that. We found 928 million, nearly $1 billion, diverted into slush funds for Democrat organizations to do all the usual nonsense, voter registration, activism in the community, environmental justice, all these things to build their political machine. And we are really getting into it. We're going to be finding this. And with my running mates, which has never been done before for a governor candidate, to put together a team of other statewide candidates, my running mate for Attorney General, Michael Gates, fantastic fighter, is going to be prosecuting it. And we're going to get the money back and then hand it back to taxpayers. That's the plan.
Absolutely.
Outstanding.
Shout out to our brother AO. He said they're going to block him at every turn. He's going to expose too much on them. Hey, he's already started, my good brother. Yeah, he already started. Let's go here. Let's go here. He has already started.
Hello, I'm Jenny Ray LaRue, the director of CalDoge. Today, CalDoge is releasing the first of many investigations into fraud, waste, and abuse in California. Do we have a good one for starters? Or maybe better say it, Steve, a bad one if you're a California taxpayer. Today, our spotlight is on Elevate Youth, based right here at Ground Zero in Sacramento. Elevate Youth is innocently named. It is anything but innocent. Elevate Youth is a financial intermediary, one of many in California's nonprofit web that has received $370 million in funding since 2019. Elevate Youth is under the umbrella of the Center at Sierra Health Foundation. Here's the rub. According to Proposition 64, passed by California voters, to both legalize cannabis sales starting in 2018 and approve tax funds and the use of those funds for specific purposes, designated funds specifically for substance abuse prevention for youth were set aside. My question was, is this where the $370 million in tax funds is going? A few organizations in the mix are legitimate. Detailed analysis by our team, going line by line and grant by grant, found that most are not. Who are these organizations? What do they do? Collectively, they focus on social justice youth development, civic engagement, and power building, a far cry from substance abuse prevention. One way that Elevate Youth is hiding the build of their get out the vote machine to keep failed Democrats in power is by distributing the funds through micro grants with no oversight, over 500 in all, with average grant sizes of $700,000. Here's the wild part. Gavin Newsom and the career politicians running the legislature aren't even trying to hide it. They're not afraid of you. They're not afraid of us. Newsom says that there's no money for a new jail in Shasta County or money to rebuild the Palisades after the historic fires or to fund schools and police and firefighters in your neighborhoods. He's openly passing millions of dollars in behested payments, saying we want no insight, no oversight, and no control over these to build the Democrat voter machine for obvious reasons. Here are a few specific examples of how this is happening. Elevate Youth granted a $1 million grant for, quote, civic engagement to the Young Invincibles, which has stated values of young adult power, equity, community, collaboration, and bold ideas. FAIR, for a nonprofit, says and does nothing related to substance abuse prevention, the stated goal of this specific money. $1 million given to the Jakara Movement Grant for SICK, youth empowerment and voter registration. Specifically, nothing related to substance abuse prevention. $800,000 to Asian Refugees United for LGBTQ+ Asian storytelling, again, with no connection to substance abuse prevention. This is just the tip of the iceberg. There are many more examples that I could give you. While our communities are suffering, the budget explodes, this is where your money is going. Not just that, Elevate Youth doesn't distribute these grants for free. No, the CEO at the Center for Sierra Health Foundation makes over $600,000 a year. His compensation has ballooned by 50% since this program started. In fact, they were raking in tens of millions of dollars and now are raking in hundreds of millions of dollars. His compensation has accelerated just as the funds have grown for the organization. They have taken in millions of dollars of administrative fees to run these programs. In 2 weeks, with a team of volunteers and for free, might I add, CalDoge figured out where the money is going. It's certainly not going to funding and technical assistance for organizations that are developing or increasing community substance use disorder prevention, outreach, and education focused on youth. That is directly derived from the Proposition 64 language on the bill, even from the Sierra Health Foundation website. This has to stop. The golden ticket, Steve Hilton, Gloria Romero, Herb Morgan, and Michael Gates would never let your tax dollars get wasted like this. Money for substance abuse prevention will go one place, to substance abuse prevention, and improper payments will stop immediately. Here's my question. What can you do today to make this happen? First, call your legislator and tell them to stop funding that is going to elevate youth immediately. Ask the state controller to open a full investigation, into the source of funds, all grant recipients. Demand accountability. If we don't, they will continue to use our tax dollars to line the pockets of Sacramento insiders. In 16 years of one-party rule, there has been no accountability in Sacramento. That stops right now. If you have a tip on fraud, waste, or abuse, or if you'd like to join our team, go to califraud.com to become a part of change in California. Together, we can build a future where the most powerful economy in America, which is right here in California, does not just benefit the powerful, it benefits all of us. Thank you very much.
Now, family, when she say, and she just listed off, that's why I did not interrupt her. There was just so much that they were doing with the discretionary funds that they were supposed to be using for, clean living or whatever the situation may have you, cleaning up drug habits or whatever the situation may have you. Yeah, all the funds that was supposed to go to that, it went to all these other little situations, reading the Asians. I mean, come on. But anyway, even she's not the only one to find that out. Let's go here, because apparently it is a big old scam to send people to California, say that they're homeless and on drugs. And let's get over here.
Homeless is not going to go away. Let me tell you why. Have you heard of body brokering? Someone that finds homeless people out of state, gets them insurance, ships them to California, puts them into a drug rehab center in California. The drug rehab center makes $30,000 to $45,000 a month for the rehab. Then that person comes out of rehab, they give them drugs, they get them hooked again, and they put them back in. So that's called body brokering. And the person that finds these people gets commission. From their commission, they pay these people, ship them one way over to California, and they get them insurance. It's gotten so out of control and so bad that there's certain states that if you come from those states, those insurance are not acceptable because it's been done so much in California. And part of the reason is that the rehab facilities make a ton of money from all the homeless coming in. Then when they come out, and if they don't relapse to go back in, then they go to the homeless encampments and the homeless industrial complex that we have with the hotels and everything. I mean, a lot of them are billionaires who donate to the local politicians to get these government contracts like Project Home Key. So it's not going to be fixed. It's so cynical. It makes me so sad.
So they're out there doing all kind of stuff, family. Shout out to 400. Much love to you. Thank you for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, family. They're out there doing a whole lot. So not only are they taking funds from discretionary funds for people to get treatment, but then they got people coming out from other states into California, getting insurance somewhere else, coming to California, and then sucking up their insurance while putting them back on the street to get more drugged up so that they can continue to do the same scam over and over and over and over again. This is crazy. But they got the nerve to want to sue people. Yeah, Gavin Newsom, if y'all ain't heard, Gavin Newsom is trying to sue Dr. Oz. Let's go here, family. Shout out to FBA Coffee and Tea Podcast in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. As well as Noah Randall in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here as well. Let's continue. Let's go here, family.
Governor Gavin Newsom's office is filing a civil rights complaint against Dr. Oz.
A civil rights complaint at that.
who is currently serving as administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. The governor is seeking an investigation into Oz's, quote, baseless and racist allegations against Armenian Americans in California. His complaint is in response to this video that Dr. Oz posted on his social media this week. In the video, the former TV host claimed without proof that the businesses controlled by Armenians in Van Nuys are fronts for healthcare fraud schemes. The governor reacted to the comments during a discussion in San Francisco.
Went down attacking the Armenian community just a few days ago. A business is down now 30%. Poor guy, small businessman, running a bakery because he decided to do a little TikTok video or something, saying they're somehow connected to the mob around hospice.
Now, the state's complaint says Oz's statements show a discriminatory motive that could affect how investigations into fraud are conducted.
Nah, Gavin, you're not going to be able to do this phony little outrage, this manufactured outrage, because there is some fraud going on with the hospice situation, and we're going to get into that in a little bit as well. But I'm glad that people are starting to call Gavin Newsom out for the dumbass that he actually is. Let's go here, family.
Now he is so pandering. We haven't talked about him, but he has made himself into an utter buffoon. He went to the Munich security. Remember, he said you get on knee pads. That was an obscene reference when you kiss up to Trump. And then he said that he suffered from dyslexia. And then when Cruz said, no, you're historically illiterate. And then he said, how dare you make fun of my dyslexia? Then he insulted black people and said that basically I'm stupid like you. And by the way, Biden just said that at the Jesse Jackson funeral. That must be a Democratic trait, that you go before minority audiences and you think you're going to be condescending. Said, I'm not a bright guy. I'm the stupid. But there was a little difference. Newsom said, I'm as stupid as you are. And Biden said, I'm smarter than people in this room. Meaning, I'm not that smart, but I'm at least smarter than you people. So they can't hide what is a long Democratic attitude toward minorities. But gosh, and then after doing all that, he gives these interviews about foreign policy, and he says basically that Israel, he quotes somebody about genocide. He said, well, I just quoted it. And then he said that was an apartheid state, citing the great thinker Thomas Friedman as his source. And then he was even kind of a little bit weird when he said, well, he's Jewish, meaning if a Jewish guy trashes Israel, then I get to do it. I can jump in. So he's just, and then you think, not only are you unfit and stupid, you are right, you're stupid, but the people in that audience you were talking to are mostly all brighter than you are. And not only are you Nepo baby, that everything was handed to you, and now you're masquerading as a poor boy that's trying to emulate J.D. Vance's hillbilly elegy. I guess you would call it what?
Hillbilly envy? I don't know.
Hillbilly envy, or Nob Hill elegy, or Marin County elegy, something like that. But then you think, can I ask you 5 questions? Why is gas going to be $8 a gallon after you drove out 2 big refineries and we don't have the gasoline? Why has the Los Angeles power woman finally been fired and we still haven't rebuilt Pacific Palisades? And you just endorsed Karen Bass, that incompetent nincompoop for mayor who was in Uganda while her city was burning. Why do we have the highest gas taxes, income, 4th highest sales tax? Why do we have 1/5 to 1/4 of the population under the poverty line? Why? And now he's endorsed the billionaire tax.
Family, I don't know why they think that Gavin Newsom is going to get out here and just take it all. Yeah, I'm telling you, California is waiting. And all former California transplants are waiting, no matter where we are. Across these United States of America, we are quite literally waiting on Gavin Newsom. No matter where we are, whether you in Alaska or in Florida, if you're a Californian, you're waiting on Newsom. I want to go here because in case you haven't heard, Gavin Newsom is trying to spend millions of dollars, taxpayers' dollars, in order to basically repaint what California looks like. But in all honesty, what he's doing is trying to clean up California's image so that it will in turn clean up his. Let's go here, family.
State Assembly member Carl DeMaio here to reveal what Governor Gavin Newsom is trying to do with your tax dollars. This is the state budget. Billions of dollars in the red, deficits, and they're cutting services to needy people in the state of California. This is Governor Gavin Newsom's proposed $19 million PR campaign. Taxpayer money spent across the country on political ads, trying to convince everyone that California isn't a shithole, that we don't.
$19 million for a PR campaign. Go ahead.
Have the highest unemployment, that we don't have the highest cost of living, that our schools are not bad, that our roads aren't crap, and that we don't have a homelessness problem. No, everything is wonderful here in California. $19 million, Gavin. Not enough. Not enough to sell the lie that you're trying to peddle as part of your presidential campaign. Give the money back to the people. Stop with your PR campaigns. And by the way, while you're at it, restore some of the services through efficiencies. State Assembly member Carl DeMaio here to...
Now, family, let's get into this hospice situation, okay? This has been going on in California for some time now. And anybody in California who understand how the goddamn medical system work out there in California knows this. Knows that there's not just with hospice though. When they start really digging into some of the situations that's happening in the medical field out there in Cali, oh, that's going to really plop the goddamn top off of whatever nonsense they got in there. That is going to be... That's releasing the snakes out of the can. But let's go here, family. Let's get into this hospice situation.
The government thinks this woman is dying in hospice care, but she just humiliated me, schooled me on the pickleball court. She's definitely not dying. She is a victim, though, of hospice fraud. So hospice fraud costs taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars every year. California is ground zero. So basically, people steal Medicare numbers, they enroll them in hospices, and then bill for tens, sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars. A lot of these companies are just fronts. So over 700 of the roughly 1,800 hospices in LA County trigger multiple red flags for possible fraud. So we went door to door, and what we found was empty office spaces, piled up mail, and not a single healthcare worker in sight. There's even a stretch in LA with 500 registered hospice companies within just 3 miles of each other. In fact, there's even a single building with 89 registered hospice companies. We wanted to get some answers.
Okay, so my name is Adam Yamaguchi and I'm with CBS News, and we're doing a story about hospice, and we're just trying to understand how and why there's so many hospice agencies in like a small cluster in LA County.
Shout out to our brother William in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here as always, my good brother. Where is Ed Blum? Maybe we should call him. You know he don't give a damn. You know he don't give a damn. Exactly. Sounds like Minnesota, don't it? Sounds like Minnesota, don't it? They found all those child care centers on one damn block. I played it here on this broadcast. Well, on this channel. He just found the same damn thing in this office building. A whole bunch of medical facilities for hospice. Scamming on top of scamming. And now all the scammings are coming out. Leering everything. The Leering Center is in California today. And every day, apparently. Let's continue.
Would love to. My name is Adam Yamaguchi and I'm with CBS News, and we're doing a story about hospice.
And this is CBS. So I don't want anybody coming to me talking about, oh, that's some right-wing nonsense, this, that, the third. No, this is from CBS News. So this is happening, and they have to admit that it's happening. This isn't no Nick Shirley situation where they can say, well, he's on the other side of the alley. He had an agenda, and that's why he's out there making our neighbors look like that. No, you got CBS News, lamestream media, that's reporting on this. But let's continue.
fact, there's even a single building with 89 registered hospice companies. We wanted to get some answers.
Okay, so my name is Adam Yamaguchi and I'm with CBS News, and we're doing a story about hospice, and we're just trying to understand how and why there's so many hospice agencies in like a small cluster in LA County. Would love to speak with you. I'm sorry? You have no comment? Okay.
Medicare hospice fraud can happen in a few different ways. Shell companies can buy stolen Medicare numbers on the dark web and then bill the government for services that they don't ever actually provide. Sometimes recruiters will go out into the community and look for seniors and say, hey, we can offer you a bunch of free groceries, housekeeping, free depends. Just give me your Medicare number and I'll see what you're eligible for. And then boom, they're off and running. They can charge tens of thousands of dollars and in some cases, hundreds of thousands of dollars on that one Medicare number. Some like to say that a Medicare number is like a government gold card. Now, there are real doctors who are involved in these schemes as well because they've got to sign off on this supposed care. They get rich, taxpayers get screwed, but the worst part is it's our mothers, fathers, grandparents who are denied care. It could be something like physical therapy, like with the woman who whoops my ass on the pickleball court. It could be somebody who needs dialysis or cancer treatment. You know, doors slammed in their faces because the Medicare records show, no, you're already dying in hospice. We can't help you. This kind of fraud adds up to at least $200 million a year stolen from American taxpayers. Now, this is a nationwide problem. This kind of fraud happens in blue states, it happens in red states, but it's really bad in California, and it's especially bad in LA County. We spoke with California's Attorney General, who says the state's investigating a number of cases and are expecting enforcement action soon. But advocates say that the state and the feds just aren't moving fast enough, and patients in desperate need are running out of time.
Family. Shout out to our brother Christopher Ellis for this comment. This illegal immigration assistance scam is unraveled. It is unraveling right before our damn eyes. Let me get to some of these super chats over here. Much love to our brother Snatch Adams. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. If it passes, move your asses. Yes. If that bill passes in California, I want to see California leave California. Let them deal with all those illegals down there. Let them deal with the deficit. Let them deal with all of that, because what's going to end up happening, if that ever happens, they're going to be begging to the federal government in order to bail them out, because they don't have anybody actually paying the taxes. They got all those workers over there, and none of them going to be paying taxes. Thank you for that comment, my good brother. Shout out to our brother William once again. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. Should Gruesome Newsom have the nerve to run for president, put him on full blast mode. Oh, you think we not? We're going to shine. I'm going to find every goddamn stage lamp that I can find, and I'm aiming it straight at Newsom. I'm going to go on tirades about Newsom, because that dude is not getting in under my watch or any Californian's watch. Shout out to our good brother for that comment. Absolutely. And shout out once again to our brother Snatch Adams for this comment as well. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, good brother. This is why Kim K is getting her law degree. Oh, and the funny thing is, she's not really getting her law degree. She says that she is. She says that she was, but I believe that was just for, television or whatnot, because she's in the state where you don't actually have to go to law school in order to get your law degree. California is one of the states where you can actually do what is called speaking the law, right? So after you apprentice under an attorney for a year or so, you're able to then go in front of the board, and then they will ask you questions, and then you answer the questions. If you're able to answer the questions correctly, then they will give you a law degree. she's been saying that she's trying to get a law degree for some years now. And if she ain't got it by now, and that's the route that she's taking, she's not taking law school like I am. She is quite literally talking about speaking the law. And if she ain't got it by now, that means she has no intentions to actually get it. That's just my opinion on it, to be honest with you. But shout out to you for that as well, my good brother. Shout out to you. Now, we got to go here too, because also what's happening in California, let me pull this down. There's some fraud going on. There's some what is called petition fraud going on. Now, I'm bringing this up because in the last broadcast that we were speaking about California, I actually brought up the bill that just got put, or excuse me, the bill that's going to be put onto the voters situation, right? Where they will have to, have the voter ID laws in California as well. I believe that since they got enough signatures for that, now they're saying there's petition fraud in California as well. But I got to do my due diligence and make sure that I show it to you guys as well. Let's go here. Shout out to our good brother Masa Musa in the building. Much love to you, my good brother. Let's go here.
This investigation centers on this video that is circulating online. It appears to show paid signature collectors in San Francisco offering money to people on the streets if they sign the petitions using other people's voter registration information. This would be a violation of state law. KCRA 3's political director Ashley Zavala is here now. So let's start with who's involved.
Yeah, well, this video is raising a lot of flags for folks tonight. These signature gatherers are people who are paid to find registered voters and get those voters to sign petitions. And when they get enough signatures, the proposal lands on the ballot and is presented to you, the voter. It is against the law for anyone to forge someone else's information. But the man who captured the scene on video tells us that's exactly what has been happening in San Francisco.
I get $5 too?
Yeah.
And what is it?
Just sign it.
Just sign it?
Yeah. You ready now? First name is going to be Carol.
San Francisco street videographer J.J. Smith capturing what appears to be a crime on camera. Paid signature gatherers offering people $5 to sign ballot initiative petitions using other people's names and information. Smith shot and posted this video on Monday.
What I seen shocked me and surprised me because they was literally coaching people, telling them what name to sign and what address to put down there. And what was more shocking than that is they had that information printed out already on an official document.
We've learned the signature collectors in Smith's video were doing so for ballot initiatives backed by billionaires fighting a proposed wealth tax. The measures include proposals to invalidate the tax, require audits, and other tax transparency tools. The campaigns for that are known as Building a Better California and Californians for a More Transparent and Effective Government. Another petition was for a separate campaign for a proposed Retirement and Personal Savings Protection Act. All three campaigns acknowledged their petitions were being carried by these signature gatherers. Today, I spoke with representatives for each campaign. All said they were made aware of the video. They're demanding the firm identify these circulators seen in the video and reject their petitions. Campaign officials said the circulators are not directly affiliated with them. They also said they've contacted the appropriate authorities. Smith said none of the proposals were explained to the people in line.
All these people that was lining up for they're down on their luck. I sat there for 2 hours and there was hundreds of people just came and went.
To be clear, that's not the first time you've seen those signature collectors essentially out there or in the area?
No, I seen it like 4 days ago. Prior to that, they was out there.
Smith told me as of this moment, the campaigns involved have not reached out to him directly. But to take a step back, campaigns hire signature gathering firms. I'm told for anywhere between $15 to $17 a signature. Those firms then hire people to collect the signatures. We still obviously have several questions tonight, such as Why do those signature collectors have voter information, and where exactly did they get the extra money to pay people on the street for the apparently forged information?
So, of course, the Secretary of State oversees elections. What is that office saying?
Yeah, so we know that she's definitely investigating, because right before our interview with Smith, he told us he had just gotten off the phone with their chief investigator. In a statement, a spokesperson for the Secretary of State's office told us in part that the signature gathering process is an important part of our democracy, and those who abuse our system will be held accountable. She also urged anyone with information to contact, again, the Secretary of State's office. They have a form online.
So, family, like I said, I'm thinking that they're now saying this because it's happening, but they're also going to try to say, now we got to relook at all the ballot initiatives that we have on the ballot. We got to rethink about, whether or not people actually want voter ID laws in California. You see what I'm saying, family? Like, that's very convenient that this article comes out right after that one did. But family, when I say we know why the Democratic Party isn't looking so good and they're still in denial, they're showing the world exactly what we mean. They're showing the world exactly what we mean, because all of the things that we've been through already in the past 3 hours that we've been on, family, they have quite literally turned their backs on their base. So it isn't a messaging problem. It isn't a branding problem. It isn't none of that. It's the fact that you people suck. And I mean, you truly suck like a vacuum. You know why else you guys suck? Because you guys keep trying to play the same playbook and it keeps failing. You guys keep doing the same play. You keep getting blitzed. Why you keep trying to run the ball, and every time you getting blitzed and you're getting hit right in the pocket. It isn't even the fact that you won't stay in the pocket. You're getting blitzed and you're getting tackled in the pocket. Why do you keep running the same play over and over? You guys are losing the game. Especially when you got to send out bootlicks and tap dancers such as this. Let's go here. Guess who had to sit down with Hannity? You know, the receding forehead himself. Stephen A. Smith had to sit down with Hannity, and listen to what Stephen A. Smith had to say.
Names of 3 people in your head right now that you'd vote for president.
You won't like it. You won't like it.
I don't care.
I'd vote for Westmore,
Governor
of Maryland. I'd vote for Josh Shapiro, governor of Pennsylvania. I'd vote for Marco Rubio.
Okay. Talk about, what is it about Marco?
He's an adult in the room. There is no questioning his qualifications
If
for the
it's
job.
Marco and anyone other than Wes and Josh, you vote for Marco over the Democrat?
Yes.
Over Newsom?
Yes.
Over Kamala?
Yes. I'd vote for Marco Rubio over anybody that's out there right now other than Westmore or Josh Shapiro.
Got a viral clip.
I don't care.
But
I mean it.
You know what's funny about this space is, like, people chasing, they're chasing viral moments. They're looking for clicks and algorithms, and
I'm just trying to be honest.
No, I know you're being honest.
I want to say this about Marco Rubio. He's a former senator. He's the present Secretary of State. And I think that when you see what's happening with our foreign policy, he deserves all the credit.
He's great.
He's also
a
the
star.
national security advisor. He's obviously arguably the second most powerful man in this country. And he conducts himself like the adult in the room. He's there for business. He's not there to be fawned over like some people I know that happens to be the president. He's not there, he's not there, playing
you keep
games.
saying this and you want to go to the White House.
Well, it's the truth. I mean, listen, I don't sit up there. Trump's not perfect. We obviously know that. What I'm saying, maybe he'll listen. But the point that I'm making to you is that I respect who Marco Rubio is and the credentials that he brings to the table. I know, is he some rock star or something? No. But I know beyond a shadow of a doubt, he's qualified to do the job. There are no questions about that.
So
and not only that, he's not
it's-
interested.
it's not-
I think JD Vance is interested in, he's too interested in being Trumpish, like Trump. He's like a populist. I don't get the impression that Marco Rubio has any desire for that whatsoever.
So let me be clear, and we're going to have to end on this.
Sure.
If it's not Wes Moore or Josh Shapiro and the Republican nominees, Marco, you're voting Marco.
As of right now, yes. The list is fluid. I reserve the right to change my mind.
No,
but
that's
right
not
now,
allowed.
no, that's just
I
right.
wanna
Because
lock
who
you
knows
in.
what's going to come up in the next year?
That's true.
But as of right now,
Yeah.
that would be my position. I don't see anybody on the Democratic side or the Republican side
Marco's the guy
that I would pick over Marco
Interesting.
Rubio outside of Governor Wes Moore or Josh Shapiro.
What if I was running?
You. Oh God, Sean, you.
Family, I'm so surprised to hear that a tether would pick another tether to be the top pick for president. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. Then he said he would go for Ben Shapiro. Then he said Marco Rubio. Well, thank the Most High. And I mean, I thank you, the Most High, at this point in time. Thank you. I am literally thanking you that nobody listens to Stephen A. Smith. Stephen, nobody listens to you for a very specific reason. Let me tell you why nobody listens to you. Better yet, no. I won't tell you why nobody listens to you. I'm going to leave it to our FBA brother, Eric Benet, to tell you why nobody listens to you. Eric, please, if you will.
You's a cool nigga.
In case you didn't get that, in case you didn't catch that, nobody listens to you. Nobody takes what you say seriously. For one reason and one reason alone, Stephen.
You's a cool nigga.
Tap dancing, buck-eyeing. I wake up every morning trying to figure out how I can make my boss some more money.
You's a cool nigga.
I just want, I understand. The Democrat, listen to me. If I run, you know, everything's going to be changing because, you know, I got some things. I don't want less po-po. I want more po-po.
You's a cool nigga.
My hairline starts in the back of my forehead, but still I got to make sure you guys understand. Don't you know how much I actually got love for Jerry Jones? And you know, he might have said some things and done some things back in the day, but me and Jerry Jones are good friends, and I won't let you talk no mess about Jerry Jones.
You's a cool nigga.
Yeah. Don't nobody take you seriously. Let me be very, very clear. And anybody who does take you seriously, anybody who does look at any of your picks, anybody who does say, well, he has a good point there.
You's a cool nigga.
All right. Now that we got past that, I so sad. Jolie said Eric Benet still looks and sound good. Shout out to him. Shout out to you, my sister. Shout out to you. I count 6 shots. I'll tell you what, let's do one more for dramatic effect.
You's a cool nigga.
Family, this man said Westmore. And once again, this is why nobody listens to you. And this is why y'all approval rating is going into the dumps. That's because y'all out here doing nonsense and then acting as if the nonsense that you guys are doing is going to garner you guys more votes. When the fact of the matter is, what you're doing is showing everybody how cringe you are. Let's go here. You said Westmore? You said Westmore?
You's a cool nigga.
Let's talk about Westmore. Let's go. He over here on Edmund Petty Bridge doing more nonsense. You know, the same nonsense that everybody has to do in the Democratic Party when it comes to, you know, black folk and getting black folk on board with them. You know, they have to walk across Edmund's Petty Bridge. And the fact of the matter is, this is just pathetic. It's pathetic. A fake ass tether who claims to be FBA, but his history shows that he's a runaway. And his family has always been running away. Now they on this bridge talking about, oh, you got to it before I had a chance to say it. Some good trouble. Yeah. And remember that, you know, shirt situation? He out here, everybody else is suited and booted up. He out here with nothing but just a dress shirt and a tie. He's like a beacon, ain't he? If that woman wasn't standing in front of him right here with this white sweater on, he would have been the only person shining out of everybody here. Only person. Excuse me. But you know what else? You can tell this is the Democratic playbook because the Democrats do the same things over and over. Over and over. This is the very same picture that they took with Obama. And what Obama got on a plain white shirt and a tie. And what does he got on? He got on a plain white shirt and a tie. Obama holding the same hand that Westmore is holding. Family, these people are clowns. And since they are clowns, you know how we get down.
Send in the clowns.
This is exactly what these people are. These people are clowns. All ops. All ops. And to each and every one of them there who's walking hand in hand and shoulder, arm in arm with Westmore, let you know exactly what you are.
You's a cool nigga.
Oh yeah, if you haven't noticed, that one is staying in rotation. You dig me? Family, they're doing everything to try to make this dude look like he's electable. This is a picture with him and Clyburn. And Clyburn just made you look a lot worse. Because Clyburn himself.
You's a cool nigga.
Great spending time this weekend with my friend and the OG of the quarter zip. Did he say Clyburn is moving weight? Did he just say Clyburn is moving weight? He said he is the OG of the quarter zip. Now I'm from LA. I know what a quarter zip is. I know what a zip is. You know, something you flip it, you rub it, you know what I'm saying? You make a little something from it. Are you saying James Clyburn is the OG? Is he OG Bobby Johnson? Is he Frank Lucas? Is the man Nicky Barnes? Freeway Rick? Larry Hoover? What is happening here? The OG of the quarter zip, who's running for re-election this cycle. Decades of leadership and still showing us how it's done. Both of these people look like idiots. They look like, you know how when you were younger and your mama wanted you to get together with your cousin to take a picture, or your brother and sister to take a picture, and they're like, get together, come on, get together. And they take the first picture and they're like, now everybody do something silly. And then they take that picture. Now y'all point to each other. Just go ahead, point to each other. And then they take that picture. That's what this looks like. That's what this exactly looks like. And shout out to our sister Bad. Dumb and Dumber. That's exactly what this looks like. Dumb and Dumber. Shout out to J.M. Von Doom in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, family. Yeah, he's the Freeway Rick of fish fries. That I will give you. I will give you the powder that he's dealing with is fish fry. You dig me? Cornmeal and flour. That is the powder that he's dealing with. You know what I mean? Anyway, shout out to you for that comment, family. Now, I want you all to notice somebody. So I'm going to put her on the radar. And since she's a fake version of this person coming up, just in the very same sense, she's doing the same thing that this person that y'all know her, y'all love her, or don't love her, either way. Y'all know her. Y'all know her wigs. Gotta play the theme music before we move forward, though. Got to play her theme music.
Brain fried, scrambled like eggs in a skillet. Ooh. Thoughts running loose. Ooh. Can't even pin it. Ooh. Opinion spilling. Nonsense infinite. Logic took a vacation. She ain't in it. Ooh. Caught in the fog. Lost in the static. Ideas chaotic. Vibes erratic. Speeches gymnastics. Flips acrobatic. Words land hard, awkward, and tragic. Ooh. Dumber than a box of Crockett's. Lost keys, no pockets. Talking loud, no logic. Every thought catastrophic. Dumber than a box of Crockett's. Every move out of pocket.
Oh yeah, family. But this time you are spared because we're not dealing with Jasmine Crockett per se. We're dealing with Karen Crockett today. Yeah, see, Karen Crockett is trying to run for office as well. And I want you to see the striking similarities in between Karen Crockett and Jasmine Crockett. Yeah, family, let's go here. This is Karen Crockett. I don't know her real name, but that's what her name is going to be henceforth forward. Karen Crockett got out there and tried it, but guess what? She also got called out for her chicanery and shenanigans. Let's go here, family.
Maybe you have seen one of her posts or her campaign ads. Abba Ghazaleh is young, recently moved to the Chicago area. Her campaign message is she understands why so many are struggling because she's poor and at one point couldn't afford health insurance. However, that was not always the case.
I don't think Congress should just be 26-year-old extremist researchers or journalists. I think we also need teachers and labor leaders and scientists.
Family, off first glance, Karen Crockett out here looking like something that belongs in a Megan movie. She looks like an animatronic murderer. But let's let Karen Crockett continue.
Public health officials,
Journalists and social media.
6-year-old extremist researchers or journalists.
Always the case.
I don't think Congress should just be 26-year-old extremist researchers or journalists. I think we also need teachers and labor leaders and scientists and public health officials.
Journalist and social media influencer Kat Abba Ghazaleh is creating a buzz as a congressional candidate in the 9th District.
Your rent is here. Your tuition is here.
Just 26 years old, she often appeals to voters on the issue of affordability.
That are renters, that are poor, like myself.
Are you poor?
Am I poor? Right now, yeah. I have depleted my savings. I have been financially independent since I was 21.
College students could tip the scales in who is chosen. Loyola University is where we saw another candidate today, Evanston Mayor Daniel Biss. But will the young voters show up for Abba Ghazaleh?
We'll see if she can actually make this campaign one that's just we can look at and say, wow, the young vote really came out.
Northwestern University political science professor Jaime Dominguez reacts to Abba Ghazaleh's campaign mailers that describe her as working class. One ad says this is the kind of house she grew up in, suggesting a modest home. Her opponents, however, say property records show her family lived in this $3.2 million Dallas mansion.
Who does that remind you of, family? She said she's a poor woman. She depleted her savings, but she grew up in a $3.5 million mansion. Who does that remind you of? She moved to a different state in order to run so that she can say she's poor. Like the rest of us, don't you know? And when they asked her the question, are you poor? She said, right now I am. I've depleted all my savings. I've done A, I've done Z. That does not mean that you are poor. You see, anybody who rocks with Damon Dash knows there is poor, and then there is cash poor. And this young lady, Karen goddamn Crockett, she is not poor. She's cash poor. Why? Because she still has access to people in her family that spent $3.5 million on a house. Don't you know? Yeah, real Jasmine Crockish. Real Jasmine Crockish. I do understand where you guys coming from because I'm poor too. Were you always poor? No, of course not. You know, I grew up, I had money. I had a lot of opportunities afforded to me, but you know, I'm poor now. Shouldn't that count for something? Ladies and gentlemen, when I say they use the same playbook over and over and over again, this isn't just me saying it. This isn't just the new black media saying it. I know it was more people in the new black media saying this longer than I've been saying it. I'm just reiterating what we've been going through, and we're seeing it live, front and center. Front and center. I don't have any money. Shout out to our brother Christopher Ellis. I mean, I haven't called my mom or dad yet. Great point. Shout out to our sister, Mrs. L. What's up with I'm trying to be down red bandana? Is she singing Brandy in her head right now? Off key? She's singing Brandy off key in her head? I want to be down of what you're going through. I want to be down. Shout out to our sister, Mrs. Oh, man. All right, let's run it back a little bit. Let's run it back.
Political science professor Jaime Dominguez reacts to Abba Ghazaleh's campaign mailers that describe her as working class. One ad says this is the kind of house she grew up in, suggesting a modest home. Her opponents, however, say property records show her family lived in this $3.2 million Dallas mansion. She does not dispute it.
People are not going to vote for you just because they think you're poor or not. It's really going to be about what have you done, what issues are you actually articulating, and how you're going to actually execute.
Are you who you say you are?
Yeah. I mean, this is something being treated like some type of shocker, but I was given a lot of opportunities as a kid. I was really lucky to have that. And I also, as an adult, have struggled like so many of my friends have.
Abba Ghazaleh's profile also raised. She was indicted after this incident outside the Broadview ICE facility.
This administration sees me as an enemy.
Oh, who does she sound like, family? Who was Trump's #1 enemy, according to Jasmine Crockett? It was Jasmine Crockett. Hell, she felt that way so much that she put it into her goddamn campaign video. So, you didn't live in a small house. You grew up in a multi-million-dollar house. You moved to a different state in order to run. I want to know, what else? Oh, that's right. That's right. You are who you say you are because there's been time in between. And you're Trump's #1 enemy. You are 4 for 4 with Jasmine Crockpot. This is Karen Crockpot. This is Karen Crockpot. And now that I'm looking at it, my sister, Miss L, I see what you're saying about this. I want to be down, do rag. You know, it's like, what was that movie with the white girl who was dancing? She was a dancer, classical ballet dancer, and then she got around the black folk, and then they started teaching her hip hop moves, and she started to infuse them into her ballet. That's who this woman remind me of, because as soon as she got in with the black folk, she started wearing her do-rag like this too. Was it Save the Last Dance? It was one of those movies. Yeah, Save the Last Dance. That's who she reminds me of. That must be their Nabisco I'm in bandana. I only wear this bandana when I get around black folk, or I want black folk to see me as their equal. Shout out to our sister Cooking with Miss D in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. But family, that's not the only thing I got to show you. The Democrats, they got somebody coming out as a socialist independent. But when you see the person come out who came out to run in Idaho of all places, you're going to know damn well that it's Democratic propaganda. Shout out to Zavon Scott for this. This just threw me the hell off. I thought Kelly with turbo in ozone. Had to take it back to breaking on him. Shout out to my brother. Oh, family. Let's get over here because this is who's going to be running in Idaho, apparently. Let's go here. Hold on. I got to pull it back up. Let's go here, family. Let's get into it. Bada bing, bada boom.
Maxine Durand, running for governor for not New York, not Colorado, not California, Oregon, or Washington, Idaho. What should I say? The Idaho for those of us who are from Idaho. Who is a trans-identifying man, calls himself a woman, and is running as an independent socialist to become the next governor of Idaho. Listen to this campaign commercial put out by this guy voluntarily.
Hi, I'm Maxine Durand, and I'm running for governor of Idaho in 2026 as an independent socialist candidate.
Family, do you believe this person is an independent socialist candidate? Or do he just look like another Democrat trying to run as something that won't hurt him in the long run and in the short run? Well, technically, his face hurts him in the long and short run. But you get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. Do this look like an independent socialist, or do this just look like another democratic socialist? Mrs. Cooking with Miss D. Just a tender Democrat. Not a tender Democrat. Alphabet candidate. Yeah. Let's get back to it. Transformers more than meets the eye. Oh, Decepticon. That's what that is. Decepticon. Good Lord Almighty. I didn't want to do this to you, family, but we got to talk about it. They want to know whether it is a messaging problem. They want to know whether it's a branding problem. They want to know where they're going wrong. And I'm just giving some insight of what's happening around the country and why the Democratic Party is dealing with the things that they're dealing with at this point in time. But let's let Shim continue.
Republicans will tell you that they're cutting your taxes while they also cut your social services like they did with HB 93 and how they gutted public education. And Democrats will just point to Republicans and talk about how mean they are. Those aren't options. Those aren't policies. I'm offering you a chance to get behind something new for Idaho, something that actually tries to look to the future and what Idaho needs. I'm running as an independent socialist. I'm also running as a proud member of Democratic Socialists of America. I'm a member of the Southern Idaho DSA chapter, but I've also been endorsed by the chapters in Boise and the Idaho Falls and Pocatello area. It's important to me to talk about what I am because I think it's important to take that name back for ourselves. People say socialist like it's just automatically a bad word. And the reality is it does have a meaning. Look at my platform. Take a look at what I'm running for. Yes, it's socialism. But these are the kinds of policies that I think most Idahoans agree we need right now. And that means more to me than a label. You can find my full platform on durandforidaho.com. But some of the big issues that I'm championing are a universal healthcare system in the form of an Idaho-based Medicare for all, expanding our K-12 public school system to undo the damage of House Bill 93, and expand the curriculum options so that if you graduate from an Idaho high school, you'll walk out with a 2-year associate's degree at a college or university of your choice, and expanding our public housing system so that we'll have additional mixed income public housing and universal tenants' rights. Everyone belongs in Idaho, and I belong in that building.
Surface level seems kind of reasonable with some of the things talked about there. I actually think the idea of an associate's degree by the time you graduate high school is a fantastic idea. But if we type this person's website in here, you'll find out Maxine is exactly who he says he is, a socialist, and is not hiding it. Under the platform section of this website, there is an entire subsection called abortion, reproductive medicine, and transgender healthcare. Under this proposed Idaho Medicare for all, the government would cover all healthcare needs, including abortion on demand, reproductive healthcare, whatever that's supposed to mean, just a euphemism for abortion on demand, and transgender healthcare for everyone. In Idaho, this is the same state that right now is literally debating whether or not to outlaw gay marriage. And these ideas are coming out of Idaho. Idaho's Medicare for All plan would include access to pregnancy-terminating drugs, hormone replacement therapy for all transgender patients, and coverage for reproductive care for those who cannot conceive on their own. Of course, he also is promoting an end to the war on drugs by legalizing all marijuana. We know how that has gone for Colorado. Universal housing, establishing statewide rent controls tied to state minimum wage and a national housing per diem rate. Must have been on the phone with Zoran Mamdani. A proposed amendment to the Idaho Human Rights Act to add the words sexual orientation and gender identity to enshrine protections for LGBTQ individuals at the state level, aka force women to be okay with men using their bathrooms or boys playing girls' sports. No. But again, what's really scary is even though these ideas are hyper radical and are unabashedly socialist, no apologizing for it, Mr. Maxine Durand has even received an endorsement from an organization called Mormons with Hope for a Better World. The Mormons. Traditionally, like the most Republican group on the planet, are endorsing the ideas of actual legitimate card-carrying socialism.
Family, you can't make this up. And our brother William just asked, would he be wrong for saying that the Democrats have an imaging problem? In a sense, yes, but in a sense, no. Because the image of the Democrat Party at this point in time sends a cringe through everybody's head. And usually I would say the image wouldn't matter, because as long as the policies were there, you know, the image too much wouldn't matter. But it does, you know, and the fact that you don't have any good policies, the image matters a lot more. And if the image of the party is something that looks like this, then yeah, the imaging is going to be a problem. Absolutely. So it's a yes and no. You are not incorrect and you're not wrong. Even if the Democrats had good policies and was placing this up there, I don't know how many people would vote for them. Now, if it was Foundation of Black Americans and they brought us, you know, reparations and things like that, we wouldn't give a damn what the image looked like, right? Like, give me my reparations, give me my hate crime bill, give me my transformative policies. And the fact of the matter is, I don't give a damn who your mascot is. You dig me? But with everybody else outside of us, yeah, I don't think any policy that the Democrats put out would like over exceed the imaging that they've been putting out left and right. And the imaging has been more of this. This is what really drove a lot of people away that isn't foundational Black American. It is this image. And it's this image being able to go into the restrooms with our daughters and our wives and our sisters and our mothers and aunts, grandmothers, grand aunts. That's what drove a lot of people away from the Democratic Party. And it continues to happen the more they talk about it. That's why, if you guys haven't noticed, you haven't really noticed that the Democratic Party hasn't been talking a lot about trans people lately, have they? They've dialed back on talking about the transformers. Ever since Trump got into office, they dialed that all the way back. Now, you do see people who are a part of the party who are transformers speaking up for themselves, which you should expect. But when you talk about the whole damn party spreading the narrative that trans men or trans women are women and trans men are men, you're not hearing that talking point anymore, are you? You're not seeing the whole damn party coming out trying to shame everybody into accepting these people's psychosis. That's because they understand the imaging that they've been putting out has hurt them severely. Miss D said, I'll be voting with my eyes closed. Knowing we getting them reparations though, right? Like, you know what I mean? You got to go in the voting booth holding your nose and closing your eyes and pulling that lever like, damn it, let me go ahead and do it. Let me get this money. Oh, hell no. He looks like Auntie Peter. Shout out to y'all. Man, I love y'all. I love y'all so much. Y'all be roasting the hell out of that. Like, God dang it. If you don't know that this is our culture, damn it, just go into any of our lives. And by any, I mean within the new Black media. Whenever it goes down and come down and we get into the clowning situation, just read the chats. You got people roasting and giving hilarious roast too. Roasting from the youngest to the elders to the freaking people older than them. Everybody from top to down got skills in roasting in this damn community. So I don't give a damn. I love it. I love it. God dang it. This is why we're a danger to mess with. Don't just leave us alone. Leave us alone, because we can just read you down with the 100% accuracy easily. Exactly. Facts. We turn up. We turn up. Shout out to the family. Now, family, with this being said, we also have to mention some of the folks that are walking away from these parties, like, you know, the Republican that decided to run as an independent in California because he understood, and this is, I'm giving you a reason why he's doing it, my personal opinion. He turned to an independent because he understood the Democratic machine in California won't let him break the barrier. So now he can kind of run as an independent and kind of agree with some Democratic talking points to get some Democratic get some Democratic support in the areas that he in. And then on the other side, he can sway the voters who don't like the Democrats, the Republicans, the independents, and say, hey, I'm not really a Democrat. I agree with some of the things that they're doing, but I don't agree with them in this, and I don't agree with them in that. But if you let Hakeem Jeffries tell it, it's for a different reason why he's switching out. Let's go here.
You're here in California. There was big news when it comes to the California caucus today. Kevin Kiley, who has been a Republican member of the House, decided to leave the Republican Party, become an independent, although he's still caucusing with the Republicans. Right now, he's running as a no-party preference person after his district was gerrymandered by Democrats, after Texas Republicans gerrymandered their district. And he said that he may be open to being a Democrat in the next Congress. Take a listen.
As far as next term, I think that the appropriate posture as an independent is to say, I'm going to do whatever serves my constituents. And so, that's a decision that I'll make at the time. I think that, first and foremost, I'll be looking at what's going to best lower the cost of living for the folks that I represent.
So Congressman Kiley is actually our guest next. What's your message? Are you ready to welcome him into the Democratic caucus?
Well, I think the congressman is going to have to explain to the people he hopes to represent in the next Congress why he voted for the Republican One Big Ugly Bill. Think about this. Republicans enacted the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. They literally ripped healthcare away from about 14 million Americans. In that same bill, they enacted the largest cut to nutritional assistance ever, $186 billion taken away, literally ripping food from the mouths of hungry children, seniors, and veterans in order to provide massive tax breaks to their billionaire donors. And in the same bill, gave ICE a $75 billion slush fund so that the Trump administration can unleash these violent individuals who are masked and untrained to brutalize the American people.
Let me pause right here for a second. Shout out to our brother William for bringing this up. Tiffany Hinger is running as a Republican in Fulton County for commissioner. Family, we're going to talk about that too. That's a whole nother broadcast, because then we got to go through all the things Tiffany Hingard is and was in her little hometown over there, and all the things that she was doing, like running around here like Nino Brown with a fake damn dog like this is Martin, talk about where's my money and all this other stuff. So yeah, we're definitely going to talk about Tiffany Hingard and her flip-flopping ass ways as well. But if you remember with Tiffany Hingard, when she was under investigation, she really started giving props to Trump because she didn't want to actually get in trouble for what she was doing. So she was trying to kiss up to Donald Trump. So I'm not surprised that she decided to run as a Republican, because as a Democrat, I don't know if anybody, even though she is black and even though she's a Democrat, I don't know anybody who will vote for her knowing what she did to her own people as her constituents in a town where it was majority black folk. So yeah, we're definitely going to have to talk about that. Thank you for bringing that up, my good brother. As always, I appreciate your contribution. Yeah, exactly. The mayor chick. That looked like Lil Wayne. I didn't see it. I can't see it. Now I probably won't be able to unsee it. That is wild. He said it looks like Lil Wayne. Jeez. Y'all got no chill. Yeah, the super mayor. Super mayor Tiffany Hingard runs for office in Georgia as MAGA Republican. Oh, I love y'all. No chill. Absolutely no damn chill. Let's continue.
And in some cases, kill them. And so I think the first question for us is going to be, well, does he regret that vote? And does he plan to partner with Democrats to reverse the damage that has been done by the Trump policies to date?
Okay, so if he does, you're ready to welcome him in, it sounds like.
Well, I mean, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, but there's a lot of explaining that he has to do to his constituents and to those of us on the Democratic side.
And Kylie, Congressman, welcome back to The Story Is. I guess you just heard what Hakeem Jeffries said there. What's your response? Do you regret voting for what he calls the big ugly bill?
Well, first of all, to be clear, I'm an independent. And so that's, I think you're referring to the matter of caucusing, which under the existing House rules, you're sort of forced to choose one caucus or the other. I think that's actually kind of crazy. I think that if you're going to be an independent, you should have the ability to decide whether or not you want to affiliate with either caucus. But, in any case, the idea that, if you voted for one piece of legislation that Leader Jeffries happens to disagree with, that somehow, defines your political identity, I think that's exactly what's wrong with politics in this country, is people are trying to put you in a box and say, if you don't agree with me on this, then I don't want to work with you on that. And by the way, when you're talking about that particular piece of legislation, it actually is true that there were some fairly significant cuts to Medicaid that were initially proposed. I opposed those, as did some others in the House. And as a result, those did not make it into the final version of the bill. The final version of the bill actually increases Medicaid spending over the course of the next 10 years. And the reforms it includes of saying that if you're going to receive free taxpayer-funded health care from the government and you're a young, able-bodied person without dependents, then maybe you should at least be looking for a job or volunteering 20 hours a week. I think that's broadly supported by Republicans, Democrats, and independents across the country, not to mention the fact that this particular piece of legislation is giving people substantial tax relief, middle-class families, child tax credit that people are seeing in their tax returns right now.
So it doesn't sound like you regret voting for it.
No, I mean, no piece of legislation is perfect. That particular bill was a pretty massive piece of legislation. I actually don't think that's the best way to do legislating. It's sort of the habit that the House has gotten itself into. But at the end of the day, this legislation included this significant tax relief that if we hadn't passed the bill, we would have had the biggest tax increase in American history. We also had significant funding for securing our border, important defense funding.
Yeah. He really explaining, ain't he? He's like, basically, no, I won't go back on anything.
In that bill. And then, by the way, the things that I didn't want in the bill, I actually succeeded in getting out of it. So there was a provision in there that would have allowed for public lands, that I represent a big public lands district, to be sold without meaningful local input. I have very actively insisted that I could not vote for that, and it was out of the bill, as well as these the genuine cuts to Medicaid that were proposed by some did not make it in the bill because I opposed them.
So basically what he's saying, family, is that he got a little bit of power, and Hakeem Jeffries don't scare him no bit. It is what it is. Shout out to our good brother Crew Reality in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as always, my good brother. However, this Kevin Kelly guy, Keeley or whatever, he's not the only person who's talking about leaving parties. The Democrats aren't immune. They're not immune at all to this situation. As a matter of fact, they're dealing with the exact same information or the exact same problem. Let's go here, family.
Y'all, this Democratic representative says she could no longer be a Democrat because it simply doesn't align with her Christian values. I'm talking about Karen Whitsett, straight out of Michigan. She said, let me read to y'all what she stated. Okay, she said, for me, it is impossible to be a faithful follower of Jesus Christ while remaining a member of the Democratic Party as it exists today. I cannot reconcile that platform with Scripture. Whitsett said, I've compromised my relationship with Jesus. She compromised her relationship with Jesus for too long, and I'm grateful God did not give up on me. He gave me time to repent, turn, and fully devoted to him, to be fully devoted to him, Whitsett said. Whitsett named several issues she described as non-negotiable matters of biblical truth. That conviction includes the issue I cannot reconcile with Scripture: abortion, the normalization of the gay lifestyle, and the push to redefine gender. Whitsett said, wow, so those were non-negotiables for her when it comes to the Democratic Party, which caused her to ultimately drop out. So her social conservative values did not align with her political party. Let me know what y'all feel about this. Whitsett is a Black American woman straight out of Michigan. But yeah, she says she could no longer support the Democratic Party because it simply does not align with her Christian values. The Democratic Party of today, that is.
And let me tell you what I think about that, since our good brother Donnie on Timeout asks, and shout out to him as always. Great reporting. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Let me tell you why I don't give a damn. Because the reason that she left, she said, she can no longer put her religious beliefs aside. And that's fine. I am not going left or right on that talking point right there. Okay, cool. But what I will do is say, you compromise your religion's belief, and you don't think you compromise your own damn people? So if they never would have started the whole trans men and women or real men and women stuff, you wouldn't have had a problem. If they never would have started all the situations with illegals and all this other stuff, you would have a problem, right? You did not have a problem when they were doing all these things to hurt our community. Now, it seems like you're seeing what being a Christian, quote unquote, will do for you if you leave the Democratic Party, which means that you'll have more support by the Magites. You'll have more support from, quote unquote, people who claim to be Christians, but you still wouldn't give a damn about one group and one group only. And that's the people who's been disrespected by the Democratic Party the most. So when you say that it was against your Christian beliefs, what about your lineage beliefs? What about protecting the people in your goddamn lineage? Excuse me. Let me drink a cup of water real quick. A little sip of water, excuse me. So when it comes down to that, I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn why she left, because it wasn't about us. I'm glad that she left for her religious beliefs, and may the Most High continue to work on her. But she didn't say what I'm looking to hear. She didn't leave because it was disrespectful. I can no longer be a part of the Democratic Party because it is too disrespectful to my lineage. She didn't leave because I can no longer be a part of the Democratic Party because they continuously use my history, my ancestrals, to promote things that benefit everybody else except for my lineage. She didn't do that. She didn't leave because they continuously wag their fingers at us and expect us to go out there and stand on the front line with our Superman capes on for everybody else's issues but ours. She didn't leave because of none of that. And I respect the fact that she left because of her religious beliefs, but your religious beliefs are just that, beliefs. In the middle of a belief, you see a lie. So was it really about your religious beliefs? Because if that was the case, if it was about your religious beliefs, you should understand quite clearly, right when you first heard them, that you are not in the position to sacrifice your religious beliefs. If you're a true child of God, you're not about to have me sacrifice my religious beliefs. Why? Because I will not be compromised. In the very same way, you won't have me compromise my people, foundational Black Americans. I will not compromise myself in order to do things for other people when my people are going to be left on the hook. I have integrity. So when you talk about beliefs, that's fine and dandy. If that's where you want to be, you're Christian first. You're a Roland Martin. I am Black first. I don't even believe in religion. Why? Because religion in itself was created by man. There was no prophet that came here and said, hey, go create Christianity, go create Buddhism, go create Judaism, go create anything other than what was already happening here. If God don't have a religion, then why the hell should I? Now, I do have a bloodline belief the understanding that the Most High chose us to be his chosen people. Yeah, I subscribe to being Hebrew more than anything. I am FBA, but I'm an FBA Hebrew and not one of those Hebrews that you see on the streets trying to convince everybody there's 13 tribes and the Mexicans are a part of it and all this other stuff. That's why I couldn't rock with the Hebrew Israelites, but shout out to them. Their ideologies aren't mine. I did not put religion before my people because my people in the religion in which they're speaking of was one people. And they were the people of the Most High. So why would I put a religion over the people of the Most High? Somebody please explain to me. Tell me where in the Bible did Jesus say, go and create Christianity? Buddha was a black man who left Africa and took his teachings and taught many people. Tell me where Buddha said, go and create Buddhism. Judaism comes out of the Christian Bible, or excuse me, the Christian Bible comes out of Judaism and Judaism actually comes out of Kemet. Still, that's a topic for another day. What I'm saying is this. In some sort of shape and form, everybody has chosen religion. When you look up the definition of religion, it means to bind. It means to bind. And when I was growing up, I understood because I quite literally had to go through it myself. The number one thing that people love to bind is your mind. So any Christian that says I'm a very religious person, guess what they're saying? They're saying my mind is binded. My mind is binded. And that's why a Christian can't go talk to a Muslim and they both believe in the same God. When Allah is supposed to represent the Most High, it's just in an Arabic way of saying it. Shout out to our brother Black RU for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. Allah is just another way of saying the Most High. It's just in a different dialect. So if nobody said, go and celebrate or create Christianity, Buddhism, or any other religion that's out there, what makes you think that I need to bind myself to anything besides my people and the Most High? And the reason why I bind myself to my people, because the Most High has told us that we are his people. So why wouldn't I want to protect the Most High's people? Do you see what I'm saying, family? A lot of these folks out here are just now learning. I took decade, over a decade, really about 15 years, discovering, rediscovering, learning, relearning, and reading about who the hell we are. And these people can't even go to each other's churches and talk to each other. I can go anywhere and speak to anybody about the Most High. You know why? Because I don't judge you off your religion. I judge you off your person and the way you represent the Most High in your being. It is that simple. Shout out to our good brother Zavon. Baha. So shall sheep sleep. Much love to you, my good brother. Much love to you. Thank you for your super chat once again. And your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. Family, I don't speak like this for anybody outside of the Most High, because the Most High, can't nobody tell me whether the Most High exists or not, because I know the Most High exists. See, that's the difference between religion and knowledge. With religion, in the middle of it, whether it is belief or believe, you see a lie. In comparison to knowledge, the first 4 letters in knowledge is what? No. So I don't have a belief for the Most High. I didn't been really, the Most High have showed up and showed out for me in so many ways. There is no way I can deny the Most High. But see, that's my personal relationship. That's what everyone is supposed to have. That personal relationship. But I digress. When I say I stand for my people, that's because I know who I am. When I say we, as foundational Black Americans, we stand for our people, it's because we know who the hell we are. We are not ignorant by far. I just studied many cultures. I was a Kemeticist before anything. Shout out Dr. Kaba and Dr. Azar Kwesi. It was through study and through reading I elevated. I started understanding, overstanding, and understanding that all this stuff is a game. And we're allowing people to put us into the game. So the number one people that I fight for is the Most High's people. Us. Everybody else, they're secondary, even if I want to fight for them, if I choose to say something. If I choose to say something, it'll be after I done already said all I needed to say for my people. So no, I don't care about the woman who left the Democrats because her religious beliefs. My religious no showed me that I could not rock with the Democrats by the way they treated my people. Everything outside of that is secondary to me. My people was being harmed. And I got to give a shout out to our good brother, Torian Reigns Reloaded, because he already touched on this next part I'm about to touch on. And he brought this to my attention, so I want to give him a B1 salute and a shout out. Let me let you guys know. These folks know what's going on. These folks know what's going on. And they're still choosing to ignore us. And they're still begging us to come to their aid, even though they're choosing to ignore us. Shout out to Ra L. You are absolutely correct. I am that I am. When I was younger, one of the most powerful things that I was taught by my grandfather, and shout out to him, I love him with all my heart and soul for this, as well as my uncle for this as well. My Uncle Graylin, he was the pastor. The most powerful thing that you can ever say in this existence, in this plane, is I am. And when you say I am that I am, what you're saying is I am what the Most High has within him is within me. I am that I am because the Most High is that I am. But when you think about the power you hold when you say that, the Bible tells you as a man thinketh, so the man is. So when you say I am, you're affirming your power. You're affirming your position. And that's why it can be powerful or it can be detrimental when you say I am. When you say I am stupid, guess what? The universe hears that and it works expeditiously to make that so. When you say I am, that means that I am the greatest power of this universe because the Most High says that the power of him dwells within me. Then God dang it, guess what happens? The universe gets on cold and it shows you that you are that I am, that very same I am that made it happen within you. You're now making it happening in your reality. You see, people who understands the difference between knowledge and wisdom understands what I'm saying here, because the Bible tells you what you must marry knowledge and keep wisdom as your sister. You must understand the differences between them both. Knowledge is what you accumulate over the time and over the things that you learn, you know, your experiences and things like that. However, wisdom is what you do with what you know. And foundational Black Americans know that the Democratic Party has disrespected us, has kept us down, has kept us just downtrodden in order to keep themselves up. And our wisdom won't let us go back to the Democratic Party because of it. Our wisdom makes sure that everybody who listens to the new Black media understands that we know y'all need us more than we need you. Our wisdom tells us when someone's trying to play us for a fool, because our knowledge has already shown us several times over that they do the same thing over and over, trying to play us for fools. Oh, family, we can go to church. Let's go all the way into church. There is nobody in this political realm that can talk to foundational Black Americans, because we are not just right politically, we're right spiritually when it comes down to this. We are right spiritually when it comes down to this. This is church because of the fact that the Most High said, when I have 2 or 3 gathered in my name, I am dwelling within them. Look at this, family. The Most High is about truth. And we're the only ones telling that truth, aren't we? And shout out to our good brother, Master Musa, for this one. That this is that God body talk, exactly. Because we're remembering who the hell we are and remembering who the hell everybody else ain't. Shout out to Sweet Butter. Let the church say, amen. Now, let me get over here. Like I said, shout out to Toria Reigns for this one, because he spoke about this in another live, and he was talking about how this was found on Threads. But this is very similar to something that I've shown on our broadcast before, when they were like, can we just go back to the old racism now and whatever that situation may have you. But this Asian man, or the Musketeer Sam says, Black people, you've made your point. Change in America can't happen without Black folk. We need y'all back in the fight. Please and thank you. Yeah, they already know. They already know, and they're making the choice to ignore what we've demanded, just like they said, oh, we're not going to budge or bend on our demand. Guess what? We're not going to budge or bend on our demand either. So, yeah, I don't care about you telling us we're correct. I don't care about you running off asking us to help the country because nothing will change without us. Damn the sweet nothings in our ears. I don't care about a woman walking up to me telling me I'm the sexiest man in the world when right after she kicked me in the nuts. I don't care. No, I don't care. Because while they were out here talking about Renee Good and Alex Petty, you ain't heard nothing about Daquan Johnson, have you? Okay, let's talk about Daquan Johnson for a second. Just for a second. This is what happened to Daquan Johnson. Before we get there, let me give another B1 salute to our brother Zavon Scott. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. Through us, our ancestors speaking volumes. FBA, and I'm going to add the all damn day. Shout out to you, my good brother. Much love and thank you for your contribution. And you are absolutely correct. I don't speak through me. I am just a vessel. I told y'all this before. I pray before these broadcasts to be used as a vessel, to be used as someone who's going to spread a message that is conducive to what the Most High wants from us and of us and for us. I don't do this for any other reason but to edify the Most High and to edify the people of the Most High, and that's us. So shout out to you, my good brother. Much love to you, and thank you for your contribution on that, because you are absolutely correct. The Most High uses the ancestors, and the ancestors uses us expeditiously. In the words of Mr. Clark, lean on me style. Shout out to our sister Astarte, who says if FBA can't be comfortable, then we can all be uncomfortable together. Say that with your chest. Well, you just did. Shout out to you for saying that with your chest. And you are doing the Most High's work. Much love to you, my sister. I appreciate you with all my heart, passion, and soul. Much love to all of you. Let's get over here and continue, because we're going to be closing out real soon.
Get on the ground! Hands up! Hey, show your hand! Tragic incident. I am thankful that the officers were not hurt, but I know that there's a family that's hurt. That's gonna miss this young man.
It's the last black child that died unjustly. I want justice for Daquan Trey Johnson. Okay? And I'm gonna get justice.
Tonight, family and friends of a man killed by Grand Rapids police are calling for justice. I'm Amber Kriska.
And I'm Brian Sterling. Family identified the man killed as Daquan Johnson. He died early this morning at the hospital. And tonight, we'll walk you through the video released by police, and we're sharing reaction from the Johnson family. Johnson was shot by police at about 9:30 last night in the parking lot of an apartment near Eastern Avenue and Logan Street in Grand Rapids. GRPD says officers believe Johnson had a gun, and when they tried to make contact, he fled.
The department released 3 videos this afternoon, 2 body cam videos, a dash cam. The dash cam shows Johnson riding his bike down nearby streets and ditching it in the parking lot of the apartment complex. He slips, and that's when officers approach with guns drawn. A canine can also be seen biting Johnson while on the ground. Seconds later, at least 3 shots were fired.
Body cam video shows the moments the officer gets out of his cruiser. As the canine jumps on Johnson, one of the officers says to get on the ground and to put his hands up. With a gun pointed at Johnson's head, officers said Johnson was reaching for a gun and had one in his right hand. Officers repeated
I'm gonna pause this for a second. I want to answer a question. Shout out to our sister Sweet Butters in the building, who asks, "Why wait for Congress to pass reparations? We can sue as a group of 50 million FBAs." And here's the only issue, and I do understand what you're saying. The only issue with that is you got to look back to what we've already been trying to do. Even our elder, Dr. Claude Anderson, he was suing for years, spending his own money. And the courts kept telling him that he could not represent the entirety of our lineage. Now, in order for us to do a class action lawsuit, we would need all of the FBAs to sign petitions and all this other stuff in order to start a class action lawsuit. You need about 50 million of us to do that, right? You don't even need 50 million, but you need enough of us to do that, right? And it would help a lot if it was 50 million plus of us, because then they wouldn't be able to say, well, you can't represent just the entirety of your lineage being one man. You see what I'm saying? So a class action lawsuit would be quicker, but we would also need several different lawyers. We need several different groups to work with across the country. You understand what I'm saying? Because I'm in a class action lawsuit right now against Google, and there are 2 different firms working on this class action. And it's about 150 of us in this class action. And it's 2 different firms who ended up coming together because it made the case stronger. So when I say we need firms all across America to not only get the petitions going, but to then collaborate with each other to then take it to the Supreme Court and sue then. That's what we would need to do. And because of the fact we don't have the legal class that we need at this point in time, the way we're doing it now is closer than the way that you suggested, because of the fact that we're forcing people to have to deal with this. We're not going through the courts where we need a certain amount of people. We need to have people in every state. We need A, we need B, we need C. We're forcing the conversation. So I'm all for suing, but we have to understand the process in which the suing will happen. Now, after reparations is passed by Congress, we could sue for a multitude of things, and we could sue a multitude of companies. Because not only has it already been passed by Congress, but then we could actually take it to the courts and have precedent for being able to represent a group being one person or being one attorney or whatever the situation is. Right? And there's a lot of companies that we're going to sue. You know, like Bank of America, Wells Fargo. Like what's the name of that insurance company? True Life. Is it True Life Insurance? I got to go back and look at my notes. But yeah, there's a lot that we can actually go after. But thank you for that question, because that is a question that a lot of us ask. Why aren't we suing these people? Well, that's because the courts have made it quite impossible to bring a case such as our case to them if we don't have the certain situations that I named already. And Dr. Claude Anderson, he spent decades in the court system trying to fight for our reparations, spending his own money for decades. But shout out to you, my sister Queen. Thank you for that question, because that is a question that needed to be answered. Let's get back over here. North or Southern? Yeah, okay. Okay. Let's get back into it.
A few more commands before opening fire. A minute later, you can hear one of the officers talking about the gun.
You hear me? Move your arm. Yes, I saw the barrel pointed straight in my face.
All 3 of those videos came from a press conference held this afternoon. Chief Winstrom said the officers involved have been with the department for at least 5 years.
Winstrom also described the moment in which Johnson was allegedly reaching for that gun.
I believe both videos, you can see that when he slips on ice after getting off his bike, he takes his right hand and he puts it in a way that would be awkward if you weren't taking something from your, either a gun or something else. So he was reaching for something. You hear the back and forth with the officers. The one officer's yelling, "Show me your hands, show me your hands." It's the other one that says, "He's got a gun, he's got a gun." He then says, "He's got his hand on a gun." He says, "Yes."
Hours after police released the videos, friends and family of Johnson marched to where the shooting happened. That's where a vigil was held.
Afterwards, they hosted their own press conference. News 8's Nicole Tam was there and shares their perspective. Nicole.
Ryan and Amber, local Black community leaders, are rallying behind the Johnson family. They had a 12-second video that captured of the altercation that's between police and Daquan. But because of our corporate policy, we're not able to show you that footage without signed permission from the person who filmed it. Dozens of people packed the small Boston Square Neighborhood Association office.
What you folks see on this video is Daquan on his stomach.
Now, family, I have watched the video. I'm not going to play it on my platform because I will most likely surely get flagged for it. But I have watched the video. You can go on X and find the video for yourself and watch it for yourself. But I can certify to you that the dude did not have a gun. The dude's hands was behind his back. And they still had the dogs attacking Daquan. I wanted to make sure I said that. I saw it with my own eyes. You can go and look up the video yourself to see it with your eyes. His hands was quite literally behind his back, being held by the officer. He was being I believe it was his left arm was being attacked by the dog while he's being manhandle, putting his arms behind his back, and he was laying on his stomach. He did not have a gun in his hands or anything like that. Yes, he ran. Unfortunately, he was afraid. You can tell he was afraid. By the way, he tried to jump off the bike and run and look back, and he had that fearful look in his eyes. My point is this: where's the Democrats on this? Wait a second. Y'all can talk about Renee Good. You can talk about Daniel Penny. But you can't talk about Daquan Johnson. Y'all not out here representing for Daquan. Y'all shut the whole government down over ICE agents being funded. Y'all don't want to fund the Department of Homeland Security. But the police are out here unaliving our people, foundational Black Americans. I ain't heard nothing from a Democrat yet. So when people are out here talking about Black people, you've made your point. Change in America can't happen without Black folk. We need y'all back in the fight. It's a hell no for me. Not only is it a hell no, but it's a hell to the Nene with the Nene having a cherry on top. Somebody bring Whitney Houston back so she can go hell to the no. Exactly, my sister Bad. Where's Jasmine Crockett? Why ain't she crying about this? Why isn't tears falling down her face for our brother Daquan? Where is everybody saying that even though he ran, he should not have been unalived in the way that he did? The Nabiscos are quiet. The Asians are quiet. The Mexicans are quiet. The Indians are quiet. The Jamaicans are quiet. The Haitians are quiet. The Dominicans are quiet. The Puerto Ricans are quiet. Everybody's quiet. And let me ask you this question, family. How many of you heard of this story before I did it on my platform today. Now, how many of you were aware of this story before I did it on my platform today? Put a 1 in the chat if you were aware. Put a 2 in the chat if you was not aware of this story. And while you guys are putting those things in the chat, we're going to take a quick non-commercial break because I want to give you guys time to answer that question. Shout out to our good brother, Black Truth United, as always, my good brother, for all the work that you do. And I hope your hiatus is going well. Let's get into it.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Family, it looks like the overwhelming amount of you, has said you didn't know nothing about it. That's because they're not highlighting it in the way that they're highlighting a Renee Good. They're not highlighting in the way that they're highlighting a Daniel Penny. And those folks actually did things that was on camera where you can see them trying to harm an ICE agent with their car, trying to pull out a weapon. And while you shouldn't even be in the midst of them trying to do their damn job, you're all obstructing their damn job. But when you got a foundational Black American that has been unalived, unjustly, and lied on, we ain't hearing nothing from you because it was a police officer and not ICE. It doesn't fit your narrative. People ain't getting the story. It's not a viral story because of the fact that you guys don't want it to be a viral story. Now let's hear what the family had to say after the video clip that they had to show off.
Both his hands are behind his back.
The video played 3 times. Reaction each time. The clip is from a wider angle that shows both Johnson and police.
They executed my baby.
From that perspective, the family believes what police said happened is not true.
What they released to y'all was a bunch of BS. They wanted to tell you my son was this bad person. He was this, that. No. What we saw was that the GRPD are really the bad people.
GRPD Chief Eric Winstrom said the officers had tasers, but the canine was the less lethal option.
In a similar situation, if I was an officer and had access to a canine, that would be my choice of less lethal option because that would be used to capture this individual. Now they thought that the individual had a gun. It would not be appropriate to then approach with a taser unless you were certain that he didn't have a real gun or that it wasn't actually a gun.
I thought the justice system, the last resort was gun violence, but clearly they missed the tasers, the batons, and every other device.
No, my sister, the last resort is gun violence when you are not a foundational Black American. The last resort is gun violence when you are one. Let me rephrase that. I'm sorry. I said that wrong. The last resort when you're a foundational Black American is to let you live. When it's anybody else, Gun violence is the last resort. When it's foundational Black Americans, the last resort is letting you live. They can go and get people who are pulling out choppers on police officers and they will subdue them. But when you are a foundational Black American, their last resort is letting you live. My condolences to you, my sister. I understand that you are in pain. But I got to tell you the truth. Because if I don't tell you the truth, they're going to make this a left versus right thing, and they're going to use you to do it. And unfortunately, we got to go here.
Today, I pray to God that we all stand together finally and get justice for this community and make a change in our city so that our grandkids and our great grandkids have an extended life. I also want to let the community know I thank them for their support. I do, however, want to reiterate that I do not condone any type of violence, not even to the officer who shot my son in the back of the head.
Yeah, family, that forgive come out of nowhere. And that's what I am against. I understand you in pain, my sister. I understand that that is your child and you decide how you get to grieve. But when you say that you don't even want the person who unalived your son to be hurt or suffer the consequences of unaliving your son, you just did exactly what they wanted you to do. The forgive nonsense. I'm disappointed because you would think out of all the brothers and sisters that have been unalived and the nothing that has been done about it, you would think that people would get it through their heads that in your head forgive might work, but in the rest of the world, forgive does not work whatsoever. But let me let her continue.
Okay, so if you're gonna protest, please make it peaceful. Because if you can't do it peacefully, please don't march at this time and say that you're doing it on behalf of my son.
Now I can understand where she's coming from when she said that, because if you're out there marching for a cause, right, and some people from Antifa show up and just start breaking stuff down, destroying stuff and all this other stuff, it's going to look like all of you guys were doing those things, which has always happened every time we hit the streets. So I can understand her saying, if you're going to go out and march, do it peacefully. But the forgive, yeah, I'm not into all that.
Because I can't get justice if we're being violent too. Okay? So I need the community to know. I want you to show up and show out, but we got to show out in the right way. Because the only way we can make a difference is if we stop acting the way they want us to. Amen. I'm a little numb. So if I'm not crying, it doesn't mean I'm not hurt. So I'm not standing here with my strength right now. I'm standing here with the strength of God. Because at 11 o'clock today, the Lord met me right where I was in that funeral home. No mother should ever have to have the final memory. That's what I got today. The evidence is there. Y'all couldn't see it, but you will soon enough. when my son was shot in the back of the head. He was mauled in the neck by a dog. And the way he was shot in his hands, you could tell that his hands were being held behind his back. To the police chief, I'm not mad at y'all. What I want y'all to know is, yeah, Daquan was on parole. Daquan was a convicted felon. He was. But Daquan had a heart of gold. Okay?
Nothing you say about Daquan after I'm not mad at the police chief. I'm not mad at the sheriff. Nothing you say matters. Unfortunately. You could say he had a heart of gold. You could say he was god dang Christ's chosen son. None of that matters. Justice will be deferred because you wanted to be politically correct. And this is what a lot of people don't get. Justice will be deferred because you want to be politically correct. And guess what else you do? You put a target on everybody else's back by being politically correct, by not just standing on business and saying what the hell it is. Shout out to our sister FBA, chosen queen by God. Once you start talking about that forgiveness talk, nobody's listening. It becomes a performance show. Absolutely. You know, the Democrats are fighting harder for people who are crossing the border illegally. And they're also fighting harder for people who are committing terrorist acts.
A gunman opened fire in Old Dominion University in Norfolk, Virginia. He ended up killing one person and injuring two. Now, this gunman's name is Muhammad Jallo. Muhammad here used to be a National Guardsman for the Virginia National Guard. Now, I get that shocking, right? Like one of our own committing terrorism on our soil. But the truth is, he ain't one of our own. He's a naturalized citizen from Sierra Leone. You see, Muhammad here served in the military from 2009 to 2015. After being discharged in 2015, he started drinking the Al-Qaeda Kool-Aid. So much so that he went back to Sierra Leone to meet up with ISIS. And while he thought he was planning an ISIS terror attack with an ISIS member in Sierra Leone, he was actually talking to an FBI agent. And they booked his ass in 2016. He was released in 2024 and he was allowed to stay. Now, my fucking question is, why was he allowed to stay here? I'm trying to figure this shit out. He was sentenced in 2017. He gets out in 2024 and he does this in 2026. What the fuck is wrong with us that we're allowing ISIS fucking terrorists, people that are trying to commit terroristic acts on U.S. soil? We're just allowing these motherfuckers to stick around no matter what, man. What the fuck? And all the while, this Muslim congressman fuck is trying to take your guns away in Virginia. And another attack happens to a synagogue in Michigan. Now, they don't want to release the information on the shooter on that one, which can only mean two things. He's either Muslim or trans. And all while this is going on, Mayor Man Mommy is doing this shit.
We'll make some of that.
You're asking yourself how you can reconnect
I need y'all to wake the fuck up, man. I need y'all to wake the fuck up.
Let me roll that back a little bit. Because apparently this sign right here, the one that they put up, is a sign of Al-Qaeda. And that's why you see this kid who did the damn deed throwing up the same damn sign. Yeah, this is what we're dealing with. The Democrats are out there speaking up for things like this, but you know, Daquan Johnson, oh no. I ain't heard not one damn word.
I need y'all to wake the fuck up, man. I need y'all to wake the fuck up. This shit's only gonna get more bold and brazen, bro. That's now 2 ISIS-connected terrorist attacks on U.S. soil. And y'all think Islam ain't a fucking problem. Y'all better wake the fuck up, man. You know, 2 good things came from these situations, and they both have the same thing in common. A good guy with a gun splattered these motherfuckers' brains all over the pavement. Piece of bacon a day keeps Islam away. Love, peace, and bacon grease.
Hey, you know what? I'm inclined to agree with the Mexican. You know, I don't even eat swine. I don't eat swine. But if the bacon grease keep this type of stuff away, then I'm going to keep bacon grease in the house all the time. It's going to be like god dang sage in this house. It's bacon grease and sage. Keep it away from me. Love, peace, and bacon grease. Shout out to him for that shit. I usually don't do this, but I got to agree with the bacon grease line. And I don't even eat swine, so I don't want nobody coming for me, all right? Let me rephrase that. I don't want nobody trying to talk no stuff, you know what I mean? I want all my ladies to come. Never mind. I don't want nobody talking no stuff. I don't even eat grease, but love, peace, and bacon grease. If we could keep them away from us using bacon grease, I'm going to use it like it's sage. I'm going to put a goddamn wick in it and make it a candle. And then I'm going to name it John Wick Bacon Grease. Exactly, my brother. No poke on my folk. My dad, he doesn't like that because, you know, I don't eat bacon. So, you know, I'm consistently on his head about it. And my dad, he's one of the type of Bible thumpers, right? Where I'm like, you know, Dad, the Bible tells you that you shouldn't eat bacon. He said, well, son, my Bible tells me as long as I bless it, then it is good in the eyes of the Lord. And I got to tell him, Dad, that's not how the Bible works, bro. Shout out to my dad. I love him. Okay, let's get into the last, because we only got 2 more things to go over here, family. In case you guys haven't known, like I said, I love my dad. My dad he's hilarious. He is hilarious. I'll give that to him. But he get it from my granddad. My granddad is the most hilarious out of the family. I'll tell you that much. All right, so let's talk about, like I said, all that stuff that they're doing matters not to us. It matters not to us because you guys are quite literally choosing to ignore us and support a bunch of people who quite literally are either doing wrong, committing crimes, or are actual terrorists. Sleeper cells. Shout out to Angelic. Shout out to your dad. Much love to you, my sister. Yeah. Like I said, my dad, and we'll take just a quick detour real quick. Just a quick one. My dad was one of those dads that wanted to be cool, but he didn't want to be too cool with you, right? He wanted to be your dad, but he also, once you got old enough, and I think most dads do this, once you got old enough, he wanted to show you how cool he could be. So when I was like 14, my brother was 16, because my brother is 2 years older than me or whatnot. My dad would bring us into the room and, you know what I'm saying, and introduce us to a lot of new stuff. And I got to give him a shout out because my dad was the person who introduced me to Blowfly. And Blowfly is one of the most explicit rap artists you'll ever freaking hear. Ever hear. And for those who are old enough to know who Blowfly is, y'all know who I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Curtis Blow. I'm talking about Blowfly. Right? The man who pulled it out of his pants and rerouted the moon. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to my dad for that. I ain't gonna lie. It's like he introduced me to a lot of funny and cool things, you know, and he did it in the way a dad does it. You know what I mean? Like, son, you don't know, you like hip hop, huh? I bet you don't know nothing about no blowfly. It's like, blowfly? What the hell is blowfly? And then when you get into it, man. Shout out to our brother Zavon. He says, sounds like my dad. Shout out. Yeah, shout out to your dad too. Shout out to all the dads out there that does it in the manner in which they do. Dig me? Yeah, Ayo, pause. Pause. You know, pause on that. But you got to understand me, man. You got to understand me. If you go look up Blowfly and listen to his album, guarantee you, you're going to come back here, and we'll be back here most likely Tuesday, if not tomorrow. You're going to come back here like, Mac, god dang it, church. You introduced me to Blowfly, and that man is not only explicit, but that dude is hilarious. And I'm like, yeah, just don't play it around the children. Make sure you do not play it around the children. Shout out to y'all. But let's get into this situation over here, family, because in closing, when I talk about the Democratic Party, not having a messaging problem, they have a problem understanding the message. Not having a branding problem, but their brand is the problem overall. They're going to understand it quicker than later, even if they don't choose to listen to us right away. You understand me? Shout out to Crew Reality. He said a man who listens to Blowfly raised you mysterious way. And yes, no, the Most High, you got to understand, the Most High in the Bible used all of the people who quite literally were either murderers or degenerates. You dig me? Like, you gotta understand, the Most High loves to reach down and pull the most degenerate out of the degeneracy and say, hey, I'm going to use you to glorify me. You dig me? So don't you damn judge me, crew. Shout out to our good brother. Oh man, you got to understand, David was a stone cold killer. And what did the Most High tell David? Most High told David, you cannot build a temple for me, nigga. You are a murderer. And David was like, but everything that I did was in your name. And he was like, yeah, but you still did it. He said, but I will make sure your son builds me a temple. Dig what I'm saying? And then you got King Solomon, and King Solomon had to do it. But David could not do it. David was a murderer. He was an adulterer, but he was still a man of God. You dig what I'm saying? Shout out to our good brother. Like I said, I love y'all with a passion, man. Y'all keep me on my toes. And you're absolutely correct too. Yeah, my dad was a piece of work. The Most High works in the mysterious ways. But in that mysterious way that the Most High work, I am what I am today because of it. So I give all grace, love, glory, praise to the Most High for it, you know, because I could have turned out something 180 degrees opposite than what I am today. But shout out to our good brother for that. That right there had me. That got me. Now, let's get into this situation. What I was saying was, they don't have a messaging problem. They don't have a branding problem because their brand is the problem. Their message is the problem. They refuse to hear the message. Now they're all figuring out that if they don't come together quickly, oh, you're going to be found out even quicker. So, family, there's some investigations going on at this point in time. And your boy, Barack Obama, is in the thick of things. Into the thick of it. Into the thick of it. Obama. Let's get into it. Let's get into the first investigation that's going on right now.
Now let's look back at how we got here.
Well, I don't want to say the first investigation. Hold on. It's not the first investigation. This is just yet another investigation that's going on right now. Let's get back into it.
Figure it out. We follow the money, starting with President Obama back in 2015.
It is true that if Iran lives up to its commitments, it will gain access to roughly $56 billion of its own money, revenue frozen overseas by other countries. Our best analysts expect the bulk of this revenue to go into spending that improves the economy and benefits the lives of the Iranian people. There's no scenario where sanctions relief turns Iran into the region's dominant power.
1 year later, a $400 million cash transfer was flown out to Iran. And on the exact same day, Iran released 4 American hostages. CNN called it a possible quid pro quo.
Wait a minute, family. So you telling me that Barack Obama did the Iran deal, gave them $400 million, and not only did they continue to work on their nuclear, weapons, but they release hostages? I thought America does not negotiate with terrorists. As long as I've been alive, family, as long as I've been alive, I've been hearing the same thing over and over from our president, America does not negotiate with terrorists. But we're seeing negotiations all across the board, apparently. Joe Biden negotiated as well. In order to get Brittany Griner, we gave up a known arms dealer in America. Do you not see that the Democratic Party is out here doing things that should not be done? Joe Biden is out here making deals for Brittany Griner, giving up a known arms dealer. And before him, the president before him, Barack Obama, did the Iran deal, gave up $400 million. All of a sudden, we had people released from the hostage situation. Family, shout out to Ramona Bryan in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, family. That's right, church preach, brother. I'm just asking questions. I don't think that I'm smarter than everybody here. I want to let you know. I do not think that I'm smarter than everybody here. That's why I ask questions, because the family will come together and answer those questions, and then we can come to a conclusion together. Because at the end of the day, I don't want anybody thinking that I'm trying to tell anybody what to think. I'm asking questions because I really, truly care about what you guys think of these questions. I really want to know your answers to these questions, because I'm not the lamestream media. I'm not here to tell you what to think. I am not Roly Poly Martin. I'm not here to call you a bunch of dumbasses because you don't say what I say or think what I think. I'm asking these questions quite literally for a friend. And the friends and family is you. I want to make sure that that is 100% understood. But these folks are out here paying to play. These folks are out here playing to play. You wanted to get some goddamn people released. You gave up $400 million and made a deal with them not to freaking go back and forth and, I shouldn't have to worry about your nuclear program, right? And all throughout that time, they were still stockpiling. Even to the point where Hillary Clinton came out and was talking about the stockpiling. And if she was president, that she would immediately obliterate them. While the, Democrats are over here right now talking about how Trump moved, illegally, which he did, don't get me wrong. And they're talking about we should not be over there. We shouldn't have bombed those folks. Hold on. Y'all been saying for years that that's what y'all would do. And then Trump got in there and did it. And now everybody's against it. Say I am hypocritical without saying I am hypocritical. Shout out to our good brother, Black Truth United. Thank you for your Cash App donation, my good brother. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. Church, did you speak about C. Rice? Are you talking about Condoleezza? Are you speaking about Condoleezza? Nobody speaks about Condoleezza anymore, to be honest with you. That woman has been pushed to the back of the rear view. You know what I mean? Shout out to my good sister. Our good brother Black Truth, our good brother Black, are you? Another question, church. Absolutely. Absolutely. Condoleezza, you know what I mean? Condoleezza. Oh, yeah. Let's continue, shall we?
Continued outrage and controversy over that $400 million cash transfer to Iran by the Obama administration on the same day 4 American prisoners were released by Iran. The White House denies that the money was a ransom payment. Footage aired on Iranian television, however, purports to show the money arriving in Tehran, and that is raising renewed questions about whether this was a quid pro quo.
$400 million was just the tip of the iceberg. 1 month later, the Wall Street Journal reported the Obama White House sent 3 different payments to Iran, totaling $1.3 billion with a B.
3 different payments to Iran. $1.3 billion with a B. You know, Obama, you've been caught up in a lot of situations that has hurt our country. You know, that $3 million that you sent over to the Wuhan lab in order to, research gain of function that ended up causing a worldwide pandemic. Yeah, Obama, you haven't really been good on the money side. You haven't been good at all. She was called to the White House. Excuse me. She was called to the White House security advice by Trump. I'm gonna have to check into that. Trump calling in Condoleezza Rice. I don't know why he would do that, but okay. All right. Condoleezza, the original wig. Shout out to our brother Zavon Scott for that. Oh, God. Shout out to Crew Reality. He said, I paid a girl to spend time with me. Nothing illegal. Nothing illegal. You know, I'm just spending a little bit of money. You know what I mean? Keep this girl over here spending time with me, but there's nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Shout out to our brother Crew. Let's get back into it.
A day later, Obama's Deputy Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, ran to CNN to defend his boss's nuclear deal and the cash transfer.
First, $1.3 billion. Can you verify that number? Is that how much has been transferred today? Well, I haven't seen the report, but here's what's going on. We achieved a nuclear deal with Iran to prevent it from getting a nuclear weapon. It's made us safer, made countries around the world safer.
Was any of the money that's been sent to Iran a quid pro quo to get those Americans freed?
No.
You're 100% sure?
Absolutely.
So all these discussions about the planes and the money, that's just spin?
Absolutely.
Just spin, he says. Well, fast forward to 2023, the Biden White House cleared the way for the release of $6 billion in frozen Iranian funds, saying it was for humanitarian purposes.
Even as we allowed them to have access to this humanitarian funding, which was already their money and was already in an account to where they could spend it, but were just unable to do so for some kind of
Now, notice what they're calling it, family. They're calling it humanitarian funding. Isn't that what they said that we were in a crisis of when all the illegals came in. This is a humanitarian crisis. So once again, they're showing the same old playbook.
Technical reasons, we have made clear that we will continue to hold them accountable.
But Iran's president had a different take.
Use that money in any way that you see fit.
This money belongs to the Islamic Republic of Iran, and naturally, we will decide, the Islamic Republic of Iran will decide to spend it wherever we need it.
And in the years since, Iran continued to build up their nuclear program until President Trump called in the military to obliterate it. Today, where we are seeing absolute strength of the U.S. military on full display, you're looking at that.
Family, so that's the first thing. And here go another thing that's happening that's being investigated, family. He said, Jasmine Condoleezza Crooked Joy plea. That right there just took me out when I read that right now. That just hit me in the stomach. Pause. Said, here, take this gut punch. Jasmine. Anyway, let's go here, family.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Matthew Gagliotti, and I'm the head of the Justice Department's Criminal Division. Thank you all for joining us today as we announce the largest coordinated healthcare fraud takedown in the history of the Department of Justice. Today marks a decisive moment in our fight to protect American taxpayers from fraudsters and to defend the integrity of America's healthcare system. We are announcing today charges against 324 defendants for their alleged participation in healthcare fraud schemes involving approximately $14.6 billion in false claims submitted to Medicare, Medicaid, and other healthcare programs. In a takedown this large, I can't possibly describe all of the work that went into dismantling each scheme, but there are 4 key points that bear emphasizing. First, let me be clear about what these healthcare fraud schemes mean for every hardworking American family. These criminals didn't just steal someone else's money. They stole from you. Every fraudulent claim, every fake billing, every kickback scheme represents money taken directly from the pockets of American taxpayers who fund these essential programs through their hard work and sacrifice. And when criminals defraud these programs, they're not just committing theft. They're driving up our national deficit and threatening the long-term viability of healthcare for seniors, disabled Americans, and our most vulnerable citizens. This enforcement action involves the seizure of cash, as well as luxury vehicles and properties, returning real money to American taxpayers and to our government healthcare programs. Second, we are seeing a disturbing trend of transnational criminal organizations engaging in increasingly sophisticated and complex criminal schemes that defraud the American healthcare system. As part of this takedown, we've identified and charged defendants operating from Russia, Eastern Europe, Pakistan, and other foreign countries. These individuals have infiltrated our healthcare system to steal American taxpayer dollars. As just one example, we dismantled a scheme involving a sophisticated operation run from Russia and Eastern Europe that strategically bought dozens of medical supply companies in the United States and submitted more than $10 billion in fraudulent healthcare claims to Medicare. To make matters worse, these perpetrators used the stolen identities of more than 1 million Americans spanning all 50 states to perpetrate this scheme and submit these false claims. But I'm pleased to report that federal agents intercepted and arrested key members of that organization at U.S. airports and the U.S.-Mexico border, cutting off their intended escape routes. The days of transnational criminal organizations using the American healthcare programs as their personal piggy bank are over. Third, this takedown resulted in criminal charges against 74 defendants, including medical professionals who fueled America's deadly opioid crisis for personal profit. These are not isolated instances of poor judgment. These are calculated schemes designed to exploit Americans struggling with addiction while enriching the very people who were duty-bound to help them heal. We charged pill mill operators who prescribed unnecessary opioids. We dismantled networks of corrupt pharmacies that existed solely to distribute drugs to addicts and dealers, feeding the addiction crisis that has devastated so many American communities. This is not healthcare. It is a staggering breach of trust. And under my leadership, the criminal division will prosecute these criminals as aggressively as we would any drug dealer, because that's exactly what they are. Fourth, many of the defendants charged as part of this takedown specifically targeted our most vulnerable citizens, elderly Americans in nursing homes, individuals with disabilities, those battling serious illnesses, and more. For example, our prosecutors charged 7 defendants, including 5 medical professionals, in connection with approximately $1 billion in fraudulent claims to Medicare and other healthcare benefit programs for performing medically unnecessary skin grafts on dying patients as they were seeking to spend their final days with dignity and peace. That conduct is exactly as callous and disturbing as it sounds. Patients and their families trusted these providers with their lives. Instead of receiving care, they became victims of elaborate criminal schemes.
So, family, The fact of the matter is this. All the folks running around here asking if the Democrats have a, messaging problem. No. Do they have a branding problem? Not at all. Their problem is the fact that their brand is shit, and the problem is that they're not listening to the message. Their problem is that they're not following the trends. They're not reading the room. This is what the problem is. And this is what the problem will always be until they actually take the time to actually do an honest audit of what's going on within the Democratic Party. And then they're not going to do that. Guess what's going to happen? They're going to continue to lose people. They're going to continue to lose people. The coldest part is they've already lost foundational Black Americans. They're losing the majority of the Latinos because the Latinos want to vote the other way. They've lost the Asians because the Asians vote Republican anyway. The only people that they have are the Tethers and the Shields. And even in this time, with all of the stuff going on, most of the Shills are starting to wake up. Why? Because we continue to beat our drum on the message. And the other reason why is not really that they're waking up. They're trying to steal our talking points in order to bring them back to the Democratic Party. Family, you deserve everything that is owed to you. Your children deserve to live in a country that their ancestors built without having any problems, without having any issues. Their children deserve to live in a country that their ancestors fought and built for. Fought for it and built. Blood, sweat, and tears. And at the end of the day, the reason why these people are so unpopular is because of the policies in which they try to push. They're out here shutting down governments because they don't want ICE agents at the voter booth. Let me say that again for the people in the back who claim to be American first, but you're not American first. You can't be American first when you got somebody trying to shut down a goddamn whole government in order to make sure they don't have ICE agents at the voting booth where there should be no illegals. If illegals don't vote, why are you scared about them being at the voter booth? You see, this is why the Democratic Party is losing steam. They're not gaining momentum. The momentum is going downhill. It is a downward spiral because of the things that these people say. It is quite literally insane. Shout out to Crew Reality. Yeah, these people are insane. Quite literally. And if you're not going to come to us, you're not going to put your hat in hand and make it very clear that, hey, FBA, we hear you. We hear what you need. And honestly, I apologize for disrespecting you guys. I apologize for not listening to what you guys have been demanding. I apologize for benign and neglect. This is what we're going to do for you moving forward. If you're not doing none of that, then why the F in the world should we care what you have to say? You might as well keep on trying to push that fear tactic on everybody outside of us because we're here and we're seeing exactly what's been going on right here, right here, right in front of our faces. And we're like, hell to the no. I didn't channel my inner Whitney Houston. That's a hell to the no. You're not about to sit here and treat me like that. And in the words of our sister, Whitney Houston, to the Democratic Party, I want you to understand what we're saying to you. It's not right, but it's okay. I'm gonna make it anyway. Pack your bags up and leave. Don't you dare come running back to me. It's not happening. If you're not bringing us what we demand, just like you demanded of the other party, the Republican Party, so that you can keep ICE agents away from your voter booths, then you will never get another foundational Black American vote from us. And we're going to make sure people remember everything that you mother lovers had to say about it, so that everybody understands that you are not for us and we are not for you because of it. But with that being said, family, if you're not subscribed, go ahead, hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. And please make sure you're hitting that like, share, and hype button for everybody who's catching this in the replay so we can beat up the algorithm, get this message out to the people that need to hear, the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description, go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. Family, I want y'all to know nothing you've been doing has been in vain. Nothing we've been doing has been in vain. Everything they've been doing has been in vain. The Most High said, "You shall be my people, and I shall love you, and I shall protect you." And we're remembering exactly who we are. We're tapping into our ancestors, and the Most High is looking at us like, okay, I'm proud of you. I'm proud that you're seeing what's going on. And guess what? I said you will be my people, and I will love you and protect you. And look what has been happening since Trump got into office. We've been having plantations burned down. We've been having all these races exposed, whether on the Democratic or the Republican plantation. We've been moving mountains, and we're not going to stop moving mountains now. No, because Kamala says she can't do anything just for Black Americans. No. Obama said this is not how America works. America don't work that way. America works when everybody's working together. And we said no. Joe Biden said, you guys going to have to start working more with the Hispanics and the Latinos, which makes up more than a population than you do, because you are unimportant. And we said no. This is how we got to where we are today. One simple word. No. And now everybody's feeling the goddamn pressure because of the word that we decided to use. And the Most High said, I'm proud that you used it. I'm proud that you're standing up for your ancestors. And in that moment, all the things that we've seen happen expeditiously ever since Trump got into office, it has been glorious. When it comes to at least our interest. To everybody else, everybody else is now equally uncomfortable, and that is glorious. And that's because of each and every one of you. So don't let these people try to gaslight you into feeling bad for anybody or feeling bad for the people that shouldn't be here, or thinking that it is un-American to say, hey, we need laws to protect the people who are American and they're voting as Americans. I don't want you to feel bad about none of that. And that's because the Most High has shown us that as we continue to move on our rail, as our train continue to move at expeditious speeds, we got a bullet train moving right here. This is the bullet train that California was supposed to have that never manifested. It manifested within foundational Black Americans, and I love it. I love it. Because no matter whether you are a Republican or a Democrat, you are seeing what foundational means. You are seeing what we know it to be. You are seeing the passion, the fire, and everything that the ancestors had back in the day. You are seeing it revised, reanimated, and you are seeing it firsthand. And for that, I am grateful to the Most High, and I am grateful to the ancestors, and I am grateful to you all. We're not done. We're only getting started. With that being said, family and friends, the doors of the church are now closed. I hope you all have a beautiful rest of your evening. Praise and love to all of you and your families, because that's what you deserve. All the admiration, all the love. The doors of the church are now closed. Peace, family.
My grandfather built this country, man. He fought wars for it. And most places he went wouldn't let him sit down and get a cup of coffee. I can't even catch a cab in New York. You know, it doesn't matter how many degrees I get. All you people see is color. Your grandfather was an immigrant. You're American. My grandfather was born here, Duke. And you people still look at me as just another nigga.
I know that the government, whatever, can't stand us black people. He's doing everything in the world to make black man be extinct. But I'm going to tell you one thing. Us black people going to survive. Yeah. So fuck everybody. I'm out.